that are providing the resolution get a chance to come back with their 1% update, and I'll actually inquire about when that update will be expected.
Sorry, we're getting some feedback. If the rest of the members or callers can make sure that they're muted if they're not speaking. So, Mr. Diaz, could you restate your question?
I'd like to approve the agenda as is, and in the future, when the updated curriculum comes out, if we can amend it then versus pulling the item.
Okay, so your substitute motion is to approve the agenda as is. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Salcido. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call on this motion.
Sure, thank you. Mr. Padilla.
We're voting on Mr. Diaz's new proposal, correct?
Correct.
That's correct.
Yes, I'm an aye.
Okay, Mr. Diaz.
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo.
Yes.
Ms. Morgan.
Yes.
And Mr. Briones.
Yes.
Okay, we have a 5-0 vote.
Okay, so then my original motion has been withdrawn, and we've approved Mr. Diaz's motion to approve the agenda as is. Okay, moving on to public comments. We have 2 public comments that have been submitted today. And again, if everyone could please mute themselves. So our first public comment comes to us tonight from Mr. Tim Schofield. He is a Chief Technology Officer with Norwalk La Mirada Unified School District, and he would like to share the following. Good afternoon, distinguished Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Zuniga, and guests. As a member of the California and IT Education site, San Gabriel and Los Angeles County leadership community, it is with great excitement that the leadership of the board, superintendent, and the executive team see the value in bringing on a position of technology and innovation to the forefront of the school district and the community it serves. Given the impact of COVID-19 and the ever-changing landscape of technology and education, innovative measures and approaches must be looked at to meet the needs of all students and staff while maintaining and growing essential business and human resource operations of the school district. Eric Steelman exemplifies all of these qualities. As chairman of the San Gabriel Site Consortium, Eric provides leadership and guidance to a group of over 30 school districts in the area, facilitates thoughtful discussions, provides relevant feedback, and ideas that serve the greater community of the San Gabriel Valley. He is a site-certified Chief Technology Officer mentor statewide and has served on review panels that constantly look at operations, organizational structures, and efficiency models that would best serve an organization's needs. I humbly provide these comments of support for Eric Steelman to serve as the Chief Technology and Innovation Officer for the El Monte Union High School District. And I give great kudos to the Board of Education and Superintendent Dr. Zuniga for your visionary leadership. Thank you for your comment. The second comment comes to us tonight from Chris Boneman with the Bonita Unified School District. Mr. Boneman is the Director of Educational Technology. Regarding agenda item D18, I want to recognize the board's forward-thinking role in updating the Director of Technology position to a Chief Technology and Innovation Officer. This action shows value to understanding the needs of their students, staff, and community. Mr. Steelman specifically is a leader of innovation and meeting students' needs. His forward-thinking, student-centric leadership is respected throughout the California educational technology community. I look forward to continuing to see innovation shine from the El Monte Union High School District. Thank you, Chris Boneman, for your comments. And that concludes our public comment for today. Next up, we have communication from union representatives. Are there any representatives from the El Monte Union Educators Association on? Dr. Zuniga, you're muted.
My apologies. President Briones, I spoke to Ms. Brazil. She will not be available this evening, but we discussed future dates for us to start having a dialogue regarding the reopening of school. The association is completing their survey for their own teachers, their own survey for their teachers, and we are also, as we speak, also have the survey out for not only our teachers but also our classified employees too. So we will not hear from Ms. Brazil this evening, but she just wanted to make sure that you were made aware of what we're trying to accomplish over the next couple of weeks.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. Is there a representative from CSEA Chapter 11?
President Briones, I also spoke with Ms. Chambers today. I believe she will not be with us this evening, and that's all she had. She had no updates for me at this time.
Thank you. So at this time, we'll be moving on to the next section, information, presentations, and recognitions. Item number 1, recognition of the Classified Employee of the Year, Fabiola Salazar from Arroyo High School. Dr. Zuniga?
Yes, thank you, President Briones. As we know that this is the time that we celebrate our announcement of Classified Employee of the Year, correct that. We would have done that in May when we traditionally would have our Classified Employee of the Year announced. And I'm proud to say that we, unfortunately, were not able to have her here with us, obviously, for these reasons. But I do have a special guest, Mrs. Angelita Gonzalez, who will introduce our Classified Employee of the Year. We hope that in the fall we could do this in a formal setting back in our home boardroom here and really honor and celebrate our Classified Employee of the Year. But I'm going to hand it over to Mrs. Gonzalez, our outgoing principal. How many days, Ms. Gonzalez? You have a few more days, right? And
yep.
We're here and still going. Every day and still with the sun, at least in front of us for now.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know, Ms. Gonzalez. But I'm happy that you're here. Thank you for joining us. I'm going to hand it over to you. We have just a slide here just to show the Classified Employee of the Year, and then Mrs. G will make that introduction. So Ms. Gonzalez, go ahead.
Okay. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our District Classified Employee of the Year, Fabiola Salazar, who serves as our Comprehensive Student Support Coordinator at Arroyo High School. I've had the pleasure of knowing her personally since she was 5 years old when she worked at when her mother worked at Almani High School. Mrs. Salazar started in the district and she graduated from Almani High School in 2001. Fabiola saw her mother struggle as a single mother and was inspired by school staff to go farther. She's an excellent role model for our students and is an intricate part of our school community. After graduating from high school, she continued her education at the University of Redlands, earning a double degree in Chicano Studies and Spanish. She has always made it a point to give back to her community, including her ultimate goal of becoming a high school counselor. The roles in which she has served have allowed her to work with our students, parents, and staff. She started her career as a paraprofessional with the Special Education Department at South Almani High School in 2007. Her desire to work with students and her community led her to apply for the CSSC position at Arroyo. As the CSSC person, she has played an important part in developing systems to address the needs of our at-promise student population and parents. She works closely with our guidance and staff when issues arise. Ms. Salazar has organized clothing and school supply drives. She collaborates with our community liaison to organize parent workshops. Ms. Salazar supports our Summer Bridge program and continues to work with these students during the school year. She avails herself to our Freshman Focus program, Link Crew, Shields Up programs, where she is able to identify students who need her support. She assures that she is part of various communities and meetings to ensure that our at-promise students' needs are met. Arroyo is very proud of our night, an asset to Arroyo, and gives of her time and support to assure our students receive attention and care. Again, Arroyo is very proud of our Employee of the Year, Ms. Fabiola Salazar, our CSSC representative.
A big round of applause for our Classified Employee of the Year. Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez, for that presentation introduction of a wonderful employee. We will be celebrating in the fall, and her picture, the only picture that we see here will be also in the district office, along with our past Classified Employee of the Year that we have a tradition to here at the district office. Congratulations to Salazar. And Mrs. Gonzalez, again, thank you for being with us this evening and presenting the Classified Employee of the Year.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Mrs. Gonzalez Hernandez. Moving on, item number 2, recognition of District Parent Volunteer of the Year for each school's parent volunteer for the school year 2019 through 2020. Dr. Zuniga.
Yeah, thank you, President Briones. Again, it's an exciting time to announce our Parents of the Year and also announce the District Parent of the Year for the school year. We spoke to the principals. This is a tradition that we started a few years ago to ensure that our parents and our families are recognized for their service throughout the year. Normally you have a great core of parents that are coming from each school site that just want to help, want to be there for even our high school kids, that sometimes it's difficult to have parents involved and engaged at the high school level. But El Monte Union, I believe we progressed and we've done a good job with making that connection to homes and bringing them onto our campuses, or even through distance at this time. So I'm happy to announce we have 6 individuals, including our District Parent of the Year, that I'd like to provide and announce to you during a presentation that we have. Just a small little presentation with each individual. So if we can put that slide up, please. Now, we're going to start off with Arroyo High School with MARLEN AHUMADA. And she is from Arroyo High School, our parent. She's made a great difference at Arroyo High School. She's also positively impacted our community by always keeping parents informed of our events and workdays and workshops at Arroyo High School. She's always made herself available to volunteer at Arroyo High School, at several other local schools when needed, and her community service efforts are unique and far-reaching. As a Zumba instructor, she provides free classes to our parents and other community members every day of the week. Ms. Ahumada is a wonderful role model for our community and her 3 children, Oliver, Amarami, and Kevin. Her skills, knowledge, willingness to help others, and dedication to our school and the community make her a perfect candidate for our Parent Volunteer Award. Congratulations to MARLEN, Arroyo High School Parent of the Year. And next we have El Monte High School's Parent of the Year. We go on to the next slide, please. We have Jessica Juarez from El Monte High School, and there's a picture of Ms. Juarez along with her family. The recipient for the Parent of the Year for El Monte High School is Ms. Juarez. Ms. Juarez is an alumni of El Monte High School from the class of 1997. She's also been an active parent on campus for the last 6 years. Her daughter, Christy, class of 2018, will be attending CSU Humboldt in the fall as a transfer student from Rohana College and cheering on their competitive cheer team. Her youngest daughter, Dianti, class of 2020, will be attending CSU Dominguez Hills in the fall as a freshman and also cheering on their competitive team. While her children attend El Monte High School, Ms. Juarez supported all activities and events that the girls were part of, including volleyball, basketball, softball, track, cheer, ASB, and numerous clubs. As a parent, she remained involved and volunteered for as much as possible. She organized parents to assist with back-to-school night, open house, graduation supervision, and work snack bars whenever we needed volunteers. She was also instrumental in organizing our cheer booster club, and she will be missed on our sidelines and stands, always having a positive attitude and supporting our students. Congratulations to Ms. Jessica Juarez, the El Monte High School Parent of the Year. Next, we have Veronica Martinez from Mountain View High School. Ms. Martinez is a dedicated mother of students, Brian and Hector Martinez. In spite of all the challenges of bringing up high-achieving students, Mrs. Martinez was able to volunteer and actively participate in all of the Mountain View High School parent workshops as well as parent meetings. She also managed to help and assist whenever help was needed. For example, she's helped and assisted in activities that her students were not involved in, such as choir and basketball fundraisers. Mrs. Veronica Martinez is the epitome of our model and more. She volunteered and assisted with the setup and cleanup of our meetings. She volunteered and assisted in the setup, the selling, and cleanup of athletic activities such as the football snack bar. Ms. Martinez is a dream parent and a parent we wish we could clone. Mrs. Martinez is a selfless, compassionate, inspiring, and hardworking parent. She not only inspires greatness, she commands it, and for this reason, we want to proudly recognize Mrs. Veronica Martinez as our Parent of the Year for Mount View High School. Congratulations, Ms. Martinez. Next, we have from Rosemead High School, Felicitas Chino, and Ms. Chino has been a member of the Rosemead High School family for 4 years. During her time at Rosemead High School, she served on our ELI committee for 4 years, attended countless workshops, is a regular at Donuts with the Doc with Dr. Bristow on Saturday mornings, and has represented Rosemead High School for the Super PAC District Parent Committee. Felicitas has made a strong impact at Rosemead High School by encouraging our Latino families to attend meetings and workshops, as well as working closely to get families connected to the school. She has been an amazing advocate for our Spanish-speaking students and parents, and her time serving on ELI committee has been so valuable. Felicitas has also pushed her own 2 boys to be the best that they can be. She'll be extremely missed. Congratulations to Felicitas and her 2 college-bound students, or college students. Congratulations again, Ms. Chino. Moving on, from Fernando R. Ledesma High School, we have Mauricio Martinez. Mr. Martinez has been at Fernando Ledesma High School for the past 2 years, supporting his son, Christian Martinez. And during this time, Mauricio has been a strong supporter of our scholarship fundraising group, Amor de Madres. He has been our lone male parent involved in all aspects of our school. Mauricio also donates items that help our Amor de Madres group fundraisers through lunch sales of meals to teachers during special events. He attends most parent workshops and encourages other parents to get involved. We appreciate his efforts and amazing support for all of our students and his passion to role model and support his son, Christian. Congratulations, Mr. Martinez. And last but not least, and also the district parent of the year is Ms. Natalia Vasquez from South Almani High School. I believe she's also an alumni from South Almani High School. So what we did with Ms. Vasquez is we had Dr. Morales present a slight presentation with a couple of words of the highlights that Ms. Vasquez has accomplished at South Almani High School with her 3 kids that you see in the picture. So if we go on to the next slide, Dr. Morales will lead us into this virtual presentation, and it's actually pre-recorded. So we'll get that video for you in a couple of minutes. As we get that video going, just a couple of words about our Parent of the Year selection. This is something that is done at the school sites where the principals, along with some of the major parents and volunteers, seek some input, see the work that has been accomplished through the year. As you know, that we also feature the district Parent of the Year, and that has been on a rotating basis. So when we approach the principals about competing for the Parent of the Year, we actually do like a campaign about which parent is out there. But we also like to share the love. So I'm happy that we have a parent from South Almani High School this year. I believe it's our first district parent of the year as far as when we started this program. So Dr. Morales, I know you pre-recorded, so we'll get that started for you. Go ahead and press play, please.
Good evening. I'm on the Union High School District Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Zuniga, District Administration, and the Almani Union High School District community. It is my pleasure to introduce Ms. Natalia Vasquez. Ms. Vasquez is an alumni of South Almani High School and an enthusiastic participant in the South Almani Eagle culture. Natalia is an advocate for parent participation across the spectrum of school activities, as she believes that by supporting her own children, Jose, a graduate of the class of 19, Alexander, a member of the class of 22, and Emma, an incoming class of 24 freshman, she is also supporting all South Almani High School students. Ms. Vasquez plays an active role as the football team mom. She is on campus daily, supporting the team's year-round academic tutoring programs and provides all team members with a daily nutritional snack. She helps to coordinate the football team fundraiser events and helps to allocate all of the donations to support our student athletes by providing them with awards and recognitions. Ms. Vasquez also contributes to all ASB events as a parent volunteer. She has volunteered during our annual sports banquets, the Golden Eagle Awards, Founders Day Parent Dinner, and our student registration by helping to issue school IDs and athletic packets. Ms. Vasquez understands the importance of school activities and why they help to promote student success and a positive school culture. She is frequently looking for ways to contribute in any way possible. As a result, she was recently named the 2020-2021 PTSA president. She will be contributing in her leadership and working alongside other parents during this year. Overall, Ms. Vasquez embodies the current South Amani High School credo of "Together we are strong," because she values everyone that helps her children succeed, and she contributes to the greater good for all students. Congratulations, Ms. Natalia Vasquez, for your recognition as the 2020 Amani Union High School District Parent of the Year. Onward, upward. Thank you and good night.
Great job, Dr. Morales. Thank you for that presentation and the pictures. I believe everyone, after we've seen this slideshow, seems like, we know her as we know our kids, and we're thankful for her countless hours of volunteering. And I'm happy that she's going to be representing PTSA, probably the largest supporter, because they have so much going on with many parents engaged in that organization. So I'm excited to see that she's part of that too. Congratulations again on behalf of the Amani Union High School District, obviously our Board of Trustees. We wish her well and continued success at South Amani High School. I know Dr. Morales is very lucky and fortunate to have her there to service not only her children, but also the students at South Amani High School. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Briones. That concludes our presentation for Parent of the Year.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. At this time, I'll open it up for comments from my colleagues. I'll start with Mr. Padilla. Go ahead.
Yes, I just want to congratulate all of our parents. I think that our schools would not be what they are today without the great parent engagement that we've been able to achieve over the years. Parent engagement and parent involvement has been something that we have worked really hard to increase and to improve in our school district. And this board definitely put their money where their mouth is when it comes to parent resource centers for our parents at every site, sending our parents to as much professional development as we can. And I know every year we have the largest amount of parents from all the neighboring school districts when we send our parents over to the City of Industry. And I just want to thank all these parents because they help in so many different ways, whether it's through tutoring, parent trainings, professional development, helping with our after-school sports teams. We can never have enough parents come onto our school sites and do the wonderful things that they do. And I'm proud of my colleagues in our school district in that we have done a much better job, working with the neighboring school district for kinder through 8th grade. We see great parent participation when it comes to, kindergarten through 6th grade, and then it dwindles just a bit in 7th and 8th grade. And for a long time, it was almost non-existent in the high school, but this board truly values parent engagement. And I think it's because of that we've been able to create this type of recognition through your leadership, Dr. Zuniga, in recognizing our Parents of the Year. So kudos to you as well. And thank you to our parents. Please continue to do what you do, because research does show that parents who are engaged in their children's education increases the chances of their children being successful. And in some of the stories that we've heard, there's definitely proof to that, with so many of their children going off to four-year universities. So congratulations, El Monte Union High School District parents, and an extra kudos to Miss Natalia Vasquez from South El Monte High School. You make us very proud. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Mrs. Morgan.
Thank you, President Briones. So I also just want to congratulate all of our honorees for our 2019-2020 Parent Volunteers of the Year. Congratulations to Ms. Vasquez for the #1 Parent of the Year this year. And so thank you so much for all of the time that you have committed and dedicated to the schools and to all the students. I know that the reason why you come in is for your own children, but when you're there, it makes a difference for all the other students that we have there. So congratulations. I also want to just acknowledge as well Ms. Salazar from Oro High School for Employee of the Year. Congratulations. I know Ms. Salazar, she's always working very hard, always running around. Very well deserved, Ms. Fabiola. So congratulations to you as well, to you and your family, and to all the other families. Congratulations. Your spouse or your parents' recognition makes you proud and makes us proud as well. So congratulations to all.
Thank you, Mrs. Morgan. Mr. Salcido, if you'd like to make some comments.
I'll just start with saying that there's nothing better at a school than to have so much parent participation, not only in classrooms, but to hop on, clubs or athletic events. It really touches my heart, especially to see them at the high school district participating and just chipping in. But like one of my colleagues says, just having parents participate at our school events, helps ensure that, our students are on the right track. So just kudos and congratulations to all of our honorees, and also to the schools that they serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salcido. Mr. Diaz, if you'd like to make some comments.
Yeah, just really quickly, I'd like to echo the sentiments of all my colleagues, what everyone's already stated. I think parents are the backbones of families, of our school districts, and really supporting and making sure that students are being successful. So congratulations to all the parents that were recognized today. I know that there's many other folks that we could have recognized, but just thank you to all those folks. And we thank you for being part of our Monte Union High School District family.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Lastly, I just wanted to echo what all of my colleagues have said, the importance of parental involvement and how much we appreciate when our parents are involved. And that's why we recognize parents every year, particularly those who have gone above and beyond and given exemplary service to our students. Really, I just wanted to point out that two of our LCAP goals are student achievement and parental engagement. And those two go hand in hand. When we have parents involved, our students will achieve, and they'll achieve success in life. And I really wanted to echo Mr. Padilla's point about how there's a drop-off in parental engagement when you get to the high school level. That's one of the things that I've always advocated for when I speak to parents, that when your kids get to a point where you think that they no longer need you, that's really the time when you need to be the most involved, because we want to make sure that we keep our kids focused and that we continue to show them the love and support that they need, continue to nurture them, and to stay involved so that we can ensure that they are successful in everything that they attempt, and that they are, kept going in the right direction. So I want to congratulate all of our parents today and say thank you for your service. And, this recognition is very well deserved. So thank you again. With that, we will move on to item number 3, notice of public hearing on the district budget for the 2020-2021, for the year 2020-2021, and the reserves in excess of minimum reserves met. So at this time, I will move to open the public hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Diaz. The public hearing is now open without any objection. Dr. Zuniga, item number 4, there's a presentation on the proposed budget. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, President Briones. As you know, that last week we concentrated on the budget and the history of our district related to budget, what it looks like, how it's developed. We wanted to provide the board another opportunity to review what we discussed last week, as well as focus on the 2021 budget adoption. Mr. Alatar and Mr. Norton have been working on updates. If you are keeping up with what's happening with the governor and legislator, things have changed over the last couple of days. Even this morning, we learned more about what changes will be coming, and everything will have an impact related to state level, federal level decision making. And it is a challenge to put something together when you're expected to adopt a budget for the following year and operate under these conditions and challenges. But I'm going to now allow Mr. Alatar, Mr. Norton to share some of that insight about what we've learned, what we know, and what we had to make decisions on to adopt this budget at this time. Okay, Mr. Alatar and Mr. Norton, if you're on, you can go ahead. You might.
Mr. Alatar needs to turn off or turn on his mic.
Okay.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
There you
Yes.
go.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. Thank you very much for allowing Mr. David Norton and myself to provide a budget presentation about the budget adoption for this year. As Dr. Zuniga indicated, this is a little different presentation. We are actually connecting this presentation to the budget study that we conducted last week. We wanted to actually cover that element as well. We discussed last week what the components of the budget, the funding, different funding for our budget, are they restricted or unrestricted? And we also discussed all the components in building a budget, including the assumptions, external and internal assumptions that we collect together in order to put a budget for you. So one thing I wanted to emphasize, as well as Dr. Zuniga did indicate, that this budget was put together based on the May revise, the Governor May revision that came in May 15 or so. And so therefore, almost all of this information that the board will be approving tonight will be revised in the 45-day adjustment that will take place in August board meeting. So just please keep that in mind. And we will discuss at the end of this presentation some of the components that we learned in the last day or two about the budget that the governor and the legislators agreed on. There are actually still some unknowns, and we're trying to figure this out as we move forward. This budget in front of you, the slide, is actually when we put all of these assumptions together, our budget looked like this. You can see the total revenue, unrestricted and restricted, $116 million. And you will see that this amount is actually a major reduction from the revenues that we have for this fiscal year. Total expenditures, we put all of the assumptions that we discussed last time around, but we also included the impact of attrition, like some of the positions that were occupied by retirees. This year, we looked into that list and identified some of the positions that will not be needed to come back. We took that in consideration, especially in the certificated salaries for teachers. We made some assumptions about overtime and extra hours. We minimized the overtime and extra hours for this budget. We reduced some of the expenses in the books and supplies and services and other operating expenses. But that's basically the extent of it. I'm sorry. There is also, we reduced the transfer out dollars that we have for next year to what we believe is minimum needed. So based on that, you will see that this budget is tight, and it's reflecting an ending balance is $18 million in unrestricted from a beginning balance of $32 million. That's reflecting the fact that based on this budget assumption, $14 million will be reduced in the revenue side. Next slide. So these are the major assumptions that we made for this budget. We did discuss all of these items last week. These are external assumptions. We did take in consideration the budget revision information about reducing the employer rate for CalPERS and CalSTRS, and it's reflected in there. We also, even though we included the COLA there, but the COLA is suspended for the budget revision. We also reflected the unduplicated pupil count as around 90%, and also took in consideration the historical average of declining enrollment and ADA, so you can see that reflected in there. Next slide. So you saw this slide last week, and the reason I'm bringing the slide back is that basically based on the information that we have from the state, high school districts are average, the ending balance for the unrestricted general fund is around 15.64%. It's definitely a little bit better than the Great Recession 12 years ago, which was down to 11.46%. Next slide. You also saw this slide before, but it's important to emphasize that the reason why we need a healthy ending reserve, and the board had been very wise in adopting a goal to have a minimum reserve of 17%, which is equal to 2 months of operating funds, dollars, expenditures. Next slide. We also saw this slide, and I'm bringing the slide back because it shows the extent of the reductions that was proposed in the budget in the May revision. You can see that we started in 2019-20 with an unrestricted general fund of 33% in ending reserve. And we estimate, based on the data that we have, the estimated actuals, that we will end around 29% in reserve, which is almost double the average high school districts in the state of California. But what you see after that is the impact of accumulated $46 million in reduction in revenues for the next 3 years, based on a reduction of 10% in LCFF that the governor proposed. And you can see also the impact of the declining enrollment as well in that regard, which will decline an average of 2.47% on an annual basis. Next slide. So this is actually what we did for in our budget. We obviously discussed with LACO that as we wanted to make sure that we are submitting positive certification. So what we did is that at the third year in multi-year, we have to show a minimum reserve of 3%. So we made adjustment to certain areas in the budget on the third year in order to bring this amount, the ending balance, to 3%. You can see from the note, we reduced certificate salaries by $6.36 million. We also reduced classified salaries by $3.76 million, as well as reducing benefits accordingly. Once you reduce the salaries, the benefits are reduced as well, and then also reduced $6.5 million in services and other operating expenditures. This is a very unrealistic way of doing this budget. But what we wanted to make sure is that we maintain a positive reserve of a 3%, and to help us to start making reductions and cuts early in the game, like starting next year, because when we do reductions, ongoing reductions, you actually distribute these amounts of dollars in the 3 years, and it doesn't become very challenging or unrealistic in the manner that this here reflects. Next slide. So this is from last year. This is actually a slide from the presentation from last year that we presented here. I wanted to bring your attention to the total revenue lines. You can see that we estimated 2019-20 to be $109 million and continue to be in that range for the next 2 years, around that number. That's based on the assumption that we had at this point in time, and there was no indication that there will be a reduction due to the COVID-19 situation. Next slide. So this is actually our budget that we asked the board to adopt this year. You can see the major reduction in 2021 from the previous slide. It's a reduction of about $14 million from the previous year, and it continues to be declining due to the fact that we are declining in enrollment. And then when you look into the expenditures, you will see our expenditures combined with the contribution, which is the last row before the net, exceed our revenues, and therefore on the third year, due to the adjustment that we made, our total expenses we project to be $79 million comparing to the years before, which average around between 96 and 99 million. Again, as I mentioned before, the reduction that we made in the third year are completely not unrealistic, and they are just based on to ensure that we are meeting the minimum reserve of 3%. And you can see a reduction in the certificated, classified, employees and benefits and service and other operating from the previous year. So if you compare 21-22 to 22-23, you will see those reductions that I did mention before. Next slide. Okay, so we also wanted to cover the other funds. Again, it was very difficult process for us and to put this budget together. There were many unknowns and unclear how the reductions will be applied. We did not, so in this slide, you will see the beginning balance and the ending balance that we project for all of these funds. In adult education, for example, we did not reflect the potential reduction of 12.6% under the governor revision in May because we were not really sure about the exact number. So if you take that 12.6% and apply it into the adult ed fund, we'll see a higher variance than the $840,000 in deficit spending for adult ed, probably around the $2 million range. However, as I mentioned before, Adult Education Fund 11 continue to have large ending balance, and even with these reductions will be in a range of $7 to $8 million to continue moving forward with this program. But obviously, we have to start dialoguing about cutting some of the services based on this budget assumption. The Cafeteria Fund, Fund 13, is a very challenging one. It's actually a reduction of almost $1.2 million in labor in order to meet their to match the revenues that we assume that we're going to receive. They get funded, nutrition services get funded based on the meals served. And we anticipate that the meals will be served next year will be substantially less than what we average every year, mainly due to the distance learning and the way that we will be provide student learning. So therefore, their overhead costs would be staying the same, but we did reduce the labor in here substantially. Obviously, with the new budget approved by the legislators, the district school districts are not allowed to lay off nutrition service workers based on that. But definitely, one of the things that will take place with nutrition services is that will be more contribution coming from general fund to help that the nutrition services to continue providing the services. And then the other service that I would like to reference as well, Fund 17, anticipate that the ending balance will be $4.26 million. We did not, the board approved $1 million to be transferred in 1920 this year. However, we did not make that transfer so that to ensure that money will continue to be in ending balance in general fund. And we do have about $4.26 million in a special fund 17 that we can use in the future to mitigate the reduction in revenue. You can see also Fund 20. We have not actually transferred in or transfer out in Fund 20, which is the post-employment benefits, for a long period of times, even though the total obligation for post-employment long-term is exceed the $3 million. What we did every year, including the future years, is that we actually spent the expenditures for retiree benefits from general fund. So instead of actually putting money into Fund 20 and then use Fund 20 to cover the cost, the annual cost, we actually continue to use general fund to cover the annual expenditures. I must share with you that our obligation in this fund exceed the amount of dollars that we have in our reserve. And then the rest of the funds are facilities related funds. Next slide. Okay, so we know what we are submitting today is going to be significantly different than what is going to be in 45 days and the first interim. We continue to receive new data every day with these uncertain conditions. We know that we're going to make major adjustment to the budget in the 45-day, especially with the budget that was agreed upon between the governor and the legislators. We continue to get data and revised figures from our GBAs related to liability, to the insurance, related to special education and so forth. So we will be updating these numbers in a 45-day adjustment. New programs being introduced, talking about the ethnic study. So we did not reflect the cost of ethnic study next year. So once we become aware of the components of the ethnic study, for example, we will be including expenditures to cover that new program. And then obviously impact of negotiations. There are lots of activities that we are talking about that are require negotiations related to change in work conditions and maybe a need of staffing levels that are different than what we have at this point in time to meet the new demands of COVID-19 or the impact of COVID-19. And then obviously we always like to compare apples to apples. So we compare budget to budget, we compare first interim to first interim. As as each one of those components make it have major changes in the data. Next slide. So this slide also from last week. So if we had all these anticipated reduction in revenues, how can the district address that and make decisions about moving forward with reduction in expenditures to reflect the reduction in revenues? So those are the components that the business service staff come up with. There is no specific order to it, and some of these actually are no longer applicable with the budget that's been approved by the governor and the legislators. So I think the most important element in this here is that we wanted to start early in the process, and we need to be inclusive in the process of how to do so. So we do suggest to establish a budget advisory committee to discuss all the elements of the budget and figure out what the priorities are and what we can live with and what we can reduce in order to have a budget, a fiscal solvent budget. Next slide. All right, so this is an update based on the budget that the governor and the legislators agreed on. I must share with you that CSBA had an article today and called it, the title is State Budget Creates Additional Hurdles, Confusion for Districts and County Offices. And the main reason for that statement is that there are more unknowns and kicking the can down the road in this budget. So in the first glance, I mean, someone may see this budget as an improvement from the May revision, and it probably is when it comes to the proposed reductions. So instead of 10% reduction in the LCFF, basically the reduction is 2.31% due to the cost of living adjustment. So what they removed is the deficit factor of 7.8 or 7.9% that we discussed last time around. However, the way that they did it is that they increased the deferrals and anticipated that these deferrals will go away based on federal government dollars that will come from the next stimulus package. And if that doesn't take place, the school districts will be facing extensive deferrals in the tune of, I believe now it's $11 billion combined from this year and next year to the following year. And you can see some of these are here that we became aware of. So like basically taking apportionment from February and paid it in November the following fiscal year, and then take the total apportionment for March, April, and May, and pay it in the following year in October, September, and August. So we're talking about almost not a short term anymore for borrowing. We're talking about a long-term borrowing, and it's based, and the assumption here is that the federal government will provide relief to the state and the school districts. And once that money is received, some of these deferrals may go away. However, if there is no more money coming from the federal government, the state would be facing a major hurdle the following year, because now they are committed to pay all of this the following year on top of the potential reduction in the state revenues. So this is what I call kicking the can down the road. So it's basically delaying the potential challenge for 1 year. And then also another component in the budget is the funding that the federal government is allocated for school districts, and they consider this as a learning loss mitigation fund. There are lots of restrictions about how this fund could be used. My understanding is that one of the restrictions is that online learning by itself is not an option unless there is an ordinance, local or state, that requires stay home. So there are limitations and restrictions, and we're trying to learn a little bit more about how these funds will be utilized. What I wanted to share with you is that we did not include in the budget these dollars, even though the May revision included it, but we also did not include the expenditures that we are encountering at this point in time to provide distant learning from all elements, whether PPE purchases or technology, or changes in facilities that required in order to make sure that we are accommodating the distance learning requirement. And also receipt, the last paragraph here, it says the receipt of learning loss mitigation funds are contingent upon the adoption of learning continuity and attendance plan, as well as specified reporting requirement of unexpected funds. So there is a process that we have to go through, identify how these funds will be spent, and we'll know more and come back to the board with the recommendation. Next slide. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, some of the components that we are learning, and by the way, most of this information we learned yesterday afternoon, and we're learning more today. Most of my time today was spent to know a little bit more about some of these items in there. So ADA hold harmless provision is important in order to ensure if school districts are required to close, that we will be held harmless and using the previous year ADA. As you recall, this year, they had a hold harmless provision based on February 29 data. So this is a good thing that they have there in order to ensure that we are not going to be impacted if the schools are required to be closed. And then the LCAP plan, pretty much what you see here is that there will be no requirement to have local control and accountability plan for this year. Instead, school district must adopt their budget overview for parents by December 15, 2020. So that's a change from the May revision. Special education, the governor proposed to increase the special contribution to for special education ADA from whatever the numbers are for every school district to $625. That's actually a reduction from what the May revision included. I think it was $648. So that's a reduction of the dollars allocated to in that program. They reduced it by $100 million. So I wanted to emphasize that we're not getting $625 per ADA, additional $625 per ADA. What we're getting is the difference between what we used to get, which I believe around $550, and the $625 per ADA. So that definitely will help that they continue that program, although they did make a reduction of $100 million in that. CalSTRS and CalPERS, there was a language in the May revision to contribute $2.3 billion to reduce the employer contribution in CalSTRS and CalPERS. And I believe that that number still stays in. And I believe from what I did here today that the revised rates for next year and the following year will continue in the same manner. We need obviously to know a little bit more in order to find out if there are any changes in that regard. And then the last item in the presentation here is that the budget agreement removed the authority for school districts to lay off non-management certificate staff by August 15, despite that the law allows school districts in the current fashion allows school districts to apply that when the 2% threshold for LCFF levels are not met. So the legislators and the governor agreed to do so. They also agreed on eliminating layoffs for next year for specific positions and classified, including nutrition services, transportation, or custodial services. So that's an element that we're trying to understand, how that will be applied. Does this actually impact the March 15 deadline, or is this just applicable only for the August 15 situation? So this is what we know a little bit about the budget that they agreed on. Obviously, there are trailer legislations that include more details and specific information about it. There is definitely more questions than answers about it. We're concerned, obviously, with the unknowns and the fact that they are still relying on money that may not come at all from the federal government. And if it doesn't come, it will be a major impact for school districts down the road. So this is the end of my presentation. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Alatar. Are there any questions from members of the board? I'll start with Mr. Padilla up on top. Go ahead.
I just want to thank Mr. Alatar for the presentation. I felt a lot more comfortable this time around, and he had ample time as well to present this very difficult budget that is constantly changing and is dependent on what state legislators approve. But I also want to thank Mr. Alatar for his clarification that if the school board wanted, when we're talking about Fund 14, Fund 17, and Fund 20, that's a total of $9.4 million. And that is separate from the $32 million that we have in the reserves, which is the 29%. So I'm glad that was clarified. I know that money is not restricted. It's been kind of earmarked towards some projects or towards some specific things that we could use it for. But I think it was nice to hear from him, the CBO, the leading business person in our school district, that those 9.4, and I say 9.4, he did not say that, but I added it all up on those three funds, and it's an extra $9.4 million that we could put back into the general fund if we needed to. But of course, we know that that's not going to be enough, and he did tell us that we will have to take out a loan to be able to meet all of our requirements that we have to meet. So that is it. Kudos to Mr. Norton as well, and thank you very much for this board presentation. Always very thorough. Some things are complicated, but I like how you simplify them, and I appreciate that. So Thank you to Mr. Alatar, Mr. Norton, and the rest of the business department. Very, very impressed with the budget presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Mr. Salcido, do you have any questions or comments?
No, just a comment. Just thank you for keeping us abreast on everything. I know that I had read the articles earlier this week, saw the changes coming, but with the way things are right now, I wouldn't be surprised if things change next week. So, but I appreciate you guys staying on top of it day to day and giving us the best summary. So I appreciate both of you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salcido. Mr. Diaz, any questions or comments?
Thanks, Mr. Alatar. I think one of the points of clarification, I know in the past you've stressed the importance of keeping a rather healthy balance because of the state's ability in economically challenging times to be able to provide timely reimbursement to school districts. I know that you mentioned there's some reliance on the state by the federal government. Could you kind of clarify or just give your insights insofar as what we should expect in terms of reimbursement or payment from the state at this time?
Yes. So, and I may actually ask also Mr. Norton to jump in. I'm sure that Mr. Norton spent some time today also to try to understand what this budget entails. But my understanding basically is that there is a shortage of $54 billion in the state budget, and the governor initially proposed to reduce LCFF by 10%, which due to the shortage of $14 billion next in reducing the LCFF budget by $14 billion from the January levels. So this time around, instead of actually reducing the budget, they kept the same dollars, no change. They basically suspended the COLA, which is at 2.31% for next year. And so the actual, basically the dollars that we will receive per ADA would be the same as we have for 2019-20. Obviously, we do decline in enrollment, so we anticipate that the revenues will be reduced. But instead of doing it in revenues, they actually did it in deferrals. So if you look into the deferrals, you will see a total deferrals of $11 billion on school districts for next year, shifting the dollars from next year to the following year. So, and anticipating that there will be money coming from the federal, additional money coming from the federal, in order to eliminate some of these deferrals. So, in a way, they basically, the state does not have enough money generated from taxes to cover their obligations based on this budget. So what they did is that they basically indicate that it's almost like credit notes. They say, okay, we owe you that money, but this money will come 6 months later or 5 months later on the next fiscal year, with the assumption that the following year will be better, substantially better than this year, and potentially also getting more money from the federal government. However, we are not really sure that this money will come through. And if it doesn't come through in the next few months, and if the new stimulus package does not include any relief for state governments, we will be facing this issue next year of cuts into our LCFF, because the state will not be able to cover all these deferrals as well as their obligation next year. So, and keep in mind that the federal dollars, the stimulus dollars, are one-time money, while the reduction in the state budget, and obviously with school districts as well, is ongoing. So they will have to face it one way or the other. Hopefully, they can avoid it where if there will be some federal dollars allocated. However, my concern is that the federal dollar is only one-time money. What is going to happen for the future years?
And I might add,
Yeah, go ahead.
part of the reimbursement is essentially a pool that at this time, nobody really knows how much we might be getting because we don't know how many claims are going to be in against that pool. And that's specifically for like FEMA claims or things against the, the gear money, for example. So until all those claims are in and totaled up, we really have no idea. So I couldn't even put that in the budget because, there just is no baseline to really look at yet. Consequently, it's going to be, as we start hearing more, we get close to the point where disbursements will be made, then we'll know a little bit more. But at this time, really, we don't have much information about how much or when.
Yeah,
Pretty
and the other
distressing.
thing about it, the other thing about it as well is that deferrals require school district to borrow money because we cannot sustain 30-40% reduction in our revenues from one year to another. So we have to borrow money, and borrowing money for longer term, like few months, costs money. And that is going to have to be calculated and accounted for. Hopefully, because we have a good reserve, as well as other funds as well, is that we borrow most of it from within. We still have to pay interest to these funds if that's required. Like if we borrow money from facilities funds, we have to pay interest. But I would rather pay interest to district funds than pay it to a bank.
Yes. And I'm going to also add to that, if you don't mind, on the issue of deferrals. So let's just, assuming we have just to make it easy, $30 million in our ending balance that would transfer into our beginning balance for next fiscal year. We know right now that the last 3 months of the year, we will be getting no state apportionment. That's equal to it's a little over 6 million every period. Consequently, that means that for the last 3 months of next fiscal year, we'll be relying on our reserve to cover payroll and so on. And typically what I like to see in our payroll is just under 10 million a month. So for those last 3 months, there's going to be 30 million going out before we see a dollar come back from the state, and that's not going to be until July. Balanced by that reserve that we build up early on in the year, that's what's going to get us into next fiscal year. But we're going to start hitting cash flow problems right about May. So we're going to be keeping a really close eye on that. And that's where Mr. Alatar says, we have to consider what that cost is going to be and start acting upon it quickly because we want to make sure operations continue throughout the year.
What we have, I know you said it's kind of a variable moving target in terms of like
Yeah.
the pooled money. When will we have a clearer picture of what that's going to look like?
Frankly, I don't think we're going to know from the state until they tallied up the state receipts. That is after tax day. So July 15th is the date that the state and the feds, pushed the reporting date back. And I figure typically accounting wise, it usually takes 30 days to gather up information. I'm going to give them 2 more weeks and say the end of August, we might have better information. And then they'll start to tell us what can be funded if those numbers change. And we'll start, by the time we get to first interim, I think we're going to have a much better picture.
And I guess my last question, Mr. Alatar, if you can kind of expand on your statement with respect to putting together a committee comprised of different members to see what we need and what we don't need, or where that's at. Could you speak a little bit more to that process or what that looks like, and who would be on this committee? The equity considerations, and other measures that we would have, to be proactive about, when we have these budget shortfalls, what that looks like?
Yes, and I believe that back in 2008, 2009, the school district established a similar committee to address reduction in revenues and come up with solutions to address expenditures. So normally the stakeholders, it would be a group of stakeholders representing district-wide, including union leadership, certificated, classified, confidential, management, students, and also parents as well, with folks who have expertise in certain areas. And we basically, the way that I'm familiar with it is that it's an advisory committee to the superintendent, and in this committee, all ideas are discussed and reviewed, and then hopefully agreed upon and get consensus from the group to take it to the superintendent and then obviously to the board to apply these reductions. And by the way, one thing that I forgot to mention is that we actually are required to do a stabilization plan. We're actually starting that tonight. The first step is the board to approve a resolution that would allow us to submit a stabilization plan based on showing reductions, how much of reductions every year, in order to ensure that by the third year we have a minimum reserve. So business services will play the part of basically coming up with whatever ideas to put it on the table. Obviously, all stakeholders will be providing this with, business services will facilitate the discussion, provide data, because basically it would be data driven, and provide how much of saving if we do this, and what else need to be done if we cut this service. Because sometimes when you cut the service, you still have to, there are some costs associated with that for replacement. So those are the kind of things that will be discussed in an advisory committee. And I do believe that some of our feeder schools already have a budget advisory committee that use the same method to come up with potential budget solutions to maintain fiscal solvency.
Dr. Zuniga, do you know if, like, the last time around there was a lot of parent or student involvement in this process, or if there are any other ways besides the select committee to provide input? Because one of the things I think as a board, as we just mentioned, the power of parent involvement and really student engagement all the way across the board is very important to us. And so, some of the things that are top of mind for me are equity, right, in our budget decision-making processes, transparency, making sure that we're being public facing about this process, and then the engagement of it, and serving as an ongoing conversation with all of our stakeholders, because ultimately budgets are reflective of our values, right? And so, yeah, I like the idea of a advisory committee, but I'd also like us to consider potentially other ways to make sure that this is a participatory budgeting process where it includes multiple voices and we can hear from all stakeholders. And so those are just some of my thoughts. I'm wondering, Dr. Zuniga, in your experience, were there any parents involved in the last time around, or students?
Mr. D, that's a great question. Yes, there was. Now, it's determined based on the agreeable amount of the committee representing all the stakeholders, number one. Obviously, in order to have a goal accomplished, you have to have an array of input with the amount of time that you have to complete this. So what we did last time, I recall, is that each of the schools had their own subcommittees. In other words, they had their own town hall, their own meetings to ensure that there was engagement from the sites, but those representatives were also part of that committee for our budget review. And some of the things that we identified is a lot of these sites and even district folks, they made suggestions about which idea they had or which priority they felt, something that was no longer a priority. And what's great about now is that you have the LCAP plan. So if our district is driven by the LCAP plan and you have our 5 goals that we emphasize that we allocate our resources from, and keep in mind that 80% plus is also, as far as our budget goes to personnel. So with all those implications and all those items in place, my thought first is that, okay, if we have our LCAP plan, if that's our priority with our 5 goals, how are we ensuring that we retain those priorities using the budget advisory process? So identifying those top 5 priorities. Anything outside those top 5 priorities would probably be one of the suggestions that I would make to start off with those. The second important point is that when we created this list of suggestions, there was another area where I identified whether these items were negotiable or not negotiable, to ensure that there is transparency, to identify that though these are suggestions, the impact would be negotiated at the table if we were having to do, for example, certificated layoffs, classified layoffs, the effects of the layoffs, all that good stuff that happens through the process, and rightfully so, because you have to measure that. And then the last part is identifying how much savings are you going to have for each of those areas? Because if you're looking for a targeted reduction number, given our circumstances, is you have to also be smart about or strategic about how much is your reality as far as savings from a large program to a smaller scope project. Because something could sound good, but it won't put a dent on what we need to get to as well. So all that has to play its role. But again, to round up my question is, I definitely feel that with the increase of our parent engagement and having one of our goals through LCAP as parent and family involvement, definitely have to have those persons be engaged with all of our kids, which is one of our second goals, is the actual student engagement and after school programs. So how much commitment are those kids bringing to the table and having a voice at the table as well. And at that point also, I believe we didn't have a student board member rep or a student advisory committee as well. So another idea is to have not only the site committees, but have advisory committees that bring information onto this actual, what we would probably call a budget task force or a budget committee, such as a parent or EL group. All those folks that we already have now, that's information that's already coordinated and meetings that are already coordinated to filter that information coming from the site all the way to the district into this setting here for this committee. So there is a lot of planning ahead, but I think identifying those priorities and norms would help us get through this budget process if we had to go through this process this year.
Well,
And if I may add,
go ahead.
If I may add as well that the budget that's approved by the governor and legislature actually, like I mentioned, it kicked the can down the road, but it also gave us a little bit more of time to reflect and make an assessment, because there will be not the substantial cuts that we anticipated from the May revision, but definitely we will have to look long term. So Dr. Zuniga is fully correct when he said that we have to have targets, and that's where the stabilization plan will be including. We're going to include target reduction in order to be able to balance our budget and by the third year.
And Mr. Diaz, if I may also just add, we have to adapt to our own environment today about how do we get this message out there to our constituents, our community, our stakeholders. The power of survey now is even of great value, because we're able to reach not only committee members, but also really hear the voices of individuals that may not be able to participate or were not selected, but they have a voice somewhere. So relying on that data and how it's broken down and how it's shared, it's going to be a valuable tool for us to go through this process as well. So I think that's another component that we can add to our current, situation that we're dealing with.
Dr. Zuniga, I'm sure my colleagues would agree as well. I mean, we're here to serve the people and our stakeholders, right? And so we love to hear from them on an ongoing basis. And so surveys or data collection is really important, especially from people directly. So with that, Mr. Board President, that's going to conclude my questions. Thank you, Dr. Zuniga, Mr. Alatar, and Mr. Norden for answering my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Mrs. Morgan, do you have any questions or comments?
No questions, but I do have a comment. I do want to thank also Mr. Alatar and Mr. Norton for your presentation. I appreciate you updating us with some of the new information that came out. I just find it just so disturbing that we would be expected to create these budgets and to make assumptions based on money that we do not have. And I think that's just very scary for us to do because, you know, if we don't get that money, then any decision that we made, we have to either retract or, you know, people are waiting for payments. And so for me personally, I just find it just very scary and very disturbing that we would, you know, be asked to do that. And I guess, you know, just thinking the fact that when we have to take out loans, we're the ones that have to pay the interest on it. And I don't know, is the state, you know, are they taking out loans so they have to pay it? I don't know. But I just, yeah, it's just scary times, definitely. But thank you so much for all of the information. And I know that as a district and as a board, we will continue to make the best possible decisions that we can for the district, as well as, you know, we know that we're in good hands with all of you following the information and everything that's coming out. So thank you very much for all of your information and the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Morgan. For me, I just had just a couple of questions for Mr. Alatar and Dr. Zuniga. With the adoption of a resolution tonight, we would have to establish a fiscal stabilization plan. Is there a statutory deadline for establishing that plan and submitting it to LACO?
I believe we have to do it by the first interim, but David, do you have a comment about that?
Yes, there's not a statutory deadline that I'm aware of. The county office wanted that to come along with our budget submittal. So it would be by July 1st is what the county, essentially is what the county's saying. And what we have today is just a resolution to create a stabilization plan and to have one ready either by the 45-day or the first interim, which is report, which is going to be submitted in by mid-December.
Thank you. And then regarding the Budget Advisory Committee, Dr. Zuniga, do we have a timeline as to when we would be establishing that?
At this time, we are still creating the timeline. The framework is to wrap around the calendar year, starting with August and having those conversations with our partner associations and also our parents and students. We have to paint a picture about what we're at when it comes to the budget and promote that through the lens of the school district about the understanding and the implication about what it means to reach out to, you know, your legislators, you know, federal government, your state. So we have to teach the community about things that we're going to be challenged with, but also start off the invitation process to have these, you know, coordination meetings at the sites. I also recall that when we did this, we went to the sites and we did actual presentations from the district office at the school sites. So we actually went down there and we did each school presentation about the budget as we got closer to getting this committee ready. And then we sought interest about any members that were interested from the committee from the school site. So I would suggest that we wrap around the school calendar once we get schools going. Another component or challenge that we're going to face is, are these going to be virtual meetings? Are this going to be something that we're going to get together in our rooms and draft from a post-it note papers? So we also have to learn how to work together under these circumstances too, because obviously you know that all of you are familiar with Hangouts and Zoom meetings. It's challenging when you're trying to come up with these type of meeting scenarios. So teaching ourselves on how to run a more effective meeting, one of the things I feel it's important at this time too.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. With that, I do want to ask Dr. Zuniga, were there any public comments submitted regarding this public hearing?
Let me double check, confirm that. I'm getting a no.
No. Okay. Thank you. Well, thank you very much to our staff for this presentation today. I know it weighs very heavy on me, and I'm sure it's affecting the rest of our board as well. Understanding the dire circumstances that we're all in not only as a school district, but throughout the state and really throughout the country. It's something that I don't believe any of us anticipated even just a short while ago, but it's our reality now. So thank you again for your budget presentation. And I appreciate it, and I look forward to working with everyone on future steps to mitigate the impacts of COVID-19. So with that, I will move to close the public hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
I'll take Mr. Salcido a second. So public hearing is now closed. Thank you very much. We'll move on to item C, oral and written communications. Item number 1, communications or announcements from our superintendent, Dr. Zuniga.
Yeah, thank you, President Briones. From one challenge to another, jumping into an update to provide to you over the last couple meetings and weeks, I tried to provide the board with an update about where we're at as a district when it comes to preparing for the opening of school, what we've learned through our colleagues at the county office, as well as the information that's being filtered from the State Department, whether it's education or public health. So I gathered some slides for you just to give you an overview of what we're working on, some of the challenges that we're going to face as we open the school, and also some next steps about making sure that we have a good start to the school year. And unfortunately, that can change. The plan that we develop now can change next week, can change next month. It's all dependent, and we coexist with what's happening with the COVID-19, unfortunately, and that's the life we're living now under these conditions. But it's important that we continue learning and adapting the plan accordingly, and also that we share that information, but also seek input from our stakeholders. So if we could put up that presentation, I'm hoping that I can glide through this, as a lot of you guys were very blessed to have a board that are educators as well, for the most part, but also are well aware of what's happening both at the state and federal level when it comes to education. I'm sure that you're familiar with some of the recent changes and things that have been occurring over the last couple of weeks through the state. We also are anticipating the final recommendation from the county related to school openings, which have not been released yet, unfortunately, and that's also been a challenge for us too. Okay. So as Mr. Steelman, or as the document is loading, I don't know why it's loading so much. It's not a lot of sites, but I do want to acknowledge and thank again our task force who has been meeting weekly, but I've also challenged them to meet on their own throughout the week as they prepare for our meeting. Our next meeting is actually tomorrow at 1 o'clock from 3 o'clock. And then obviously we have some deadlines to meet in July, and I'll be talking a little bit about what's happening there. Okay, so thank you again for joining us. Here's the plan for the board update for today's board meeting for planning for the 2021 school year. If you go on to the next slide, please. Yeah, we'll do one more time. There we go. So a couple of points that I wanted to cover today. Just so, what's the update on the Department of Public Health from the LA County Department of Public Health? Some of the models and ideas we're talking about, I'm not going to go too in depth because I know we're still working and having conversations around that. But just to give you those options, which we feel that parents should have the opportunity to have at this point, and then the gathering of our stakeholders, where we're at with that, and also how our framework has really set the tone for where we need to be at in the fall, and then their next steps as well. Okay, next slide. As I was opening my statements, I wanted to acknowledge our task force, which is kind of the hub of what we're trying to accomplish at this time. And within that task force, you have a couple of items in the small little bubble. These are all the subcommittees, including the 5 that we have in our current task force, from the instruction, obviously, the social emotional wellness. We're talking about operations. We're focusing on also health and safety, or safety and health as we know it. But we're also looking at the operations, facilities, maintenance, transportation, nutrition services, all those things that really fall under the operations scope. And then the input that we seek from all of our stakeholders, parents, students, as well as our staff, that includes certificated and classified employees. And last but not least, our labor partners, which we are in the process of planning meetings over the next couple of weeks in the summer so we can prepare our conversations and see what we can do to have a plan that works both for the members from the association as well as the district, and our families and our students. Okay, next slide, please. So the Department of Public Health has guided us and has directed through recommendations, and it's challenging when you have recommendations that change, from week to week or month to month, as we mentioned. But they're scheduled to release the standard of care order for schools by next week. We'll keep our fingers crossed that that comes through as we're getting into July. And also they will make the recommendations to see how the schools will implement the school year plans for 2021. Also, the CDE Stronger Together, as you probably already reviewed and had a chance to look at, that was released about 2 weeks ago. That's a guidebook for safe reopening of California public schools. That was one of our really pathways to looking at what we need to do at this time when we're looking at decision making for our subcommittees. But the Department of Public Health, along with CDE, have released those guides for now, and that's what we're depending on. As I mentioned, I believe last week I attended the county office to review the draft from the County Department of Public Health. Their guidelines mirror, from what I recall, because they didn't let me take a copy home because it was a draft form, mirror a lot of what's happening from the directions from these guidebooks from CDE as well as the state. Of course, as we know that we will rely heavily on DPH from the county because that's the recommendation that we'll follow. They could be more stringent. LA County has the highest, not only the highest folks that have tested positive, but also the highest death rates. So we do expect to move at a slower rate compared to other local counties and surrounding counties that we see on the news. Okay. Next, please. So what is the impact of health as far as the order? So this will address several things as the following: class size, obviously, a busing limitation that we will have, the facilities modifications that we will need to make both in our classrooms, offices, common areas, our health office system checking, wellness checks. When a kid arrives or staff arrives, what are some of the guidelines that are going to be provided for us by the county and things that we would have to prepare for, whether it's training our staff to ensure that every kid or every staff member comes in and we do a wellness check. What is defined as a wellness check? Is it taking temperature? Is it asking specific questions, as most of us, when we visit our doctors right now, or we step into some maybe offices that we're being asked these questions too. And also the personal protective equipment, the requirements for students and staff. If you heard that recently, the state guidelines did not specify that schools would have to have masks, or students would have to wear masks on campus. So they retracted and they changed that, and that was recently changed. So it's clear that students and staff would be expected to wear masks when we return in the fall. Okay, obviously there's some exceptions that I'll discuss at the next slide. The next slide, please. So the health office symptom checking and following up. So most likely we'll need to implement the following health and safety precautions or procedures: symptom checking for students and staff at the entrance, as I mentioned; sick room for any students or staff on campus. We call it, you could call it the isolation room that we have to be prepared for. As schools, we are not a health office clinic. So what does a isolation or a sick room look like? And that's the thing that we're learning and discovering. And the answers are not there yet, but I'm sure we will get to that point. We'll have to understand what the size of that would look like, where should it be located, etc. And then also contact tracing in the event of a diagnosed case or outbreak. We learned that if you have 3 cases at one school in a 14-day period, that could be considered a school closure. It's not entirely 100% that it would be closed. We would have to follow the guidelines and communicate with the Department of Public Health, and they would make that decision whether the school should be shut down based on the case, the scenarios of where it came from, how it happened, when it happened. I'm sure that all those things will be considered before it is a shutdown, but it doesn't mean that it would be shut down if there's 3 cases. But that's a trigger point for us to look at when we come back to school. Okay. Next slide, please. And face covering, as I mentioned to you, there are some exceptions. Students with documented health issues, or FCC students with significant emotional, behavioral, or developmental disabilities, those children under 3 years old, if they come onto campus, obviously, and some activities such as eating and drinking, such as when you go to restaurants and you're allowed to do that. The district will need to take these into consideration when planning for class size in order to mitigate risk for students and staff as well. I didn't talk about the inventory, but we received an update on the inventory ordered from the department, from procurement for purchasing from Ms. Sanchez. We have a proportional amount, a large amount of inventory at this time that we're preparing for the fall. We have exact counts of what has been ordered, including face masks, face shields. We have also inventory of sanitizing materials, whether it's liquid or soaps, as well as other protective equipment from PPE. Next. So school busing limitations and challenges. We haven't talked a lot about school buses, but knowing that we have a need for school busing for not only our own special education students, but also some of our SELVA programs that we work with and also operate through both the district buses and currently under the HEMET contract supported through HEMET Transportation. What we have now is the inventory to meet the needs of current or the 1920 schedule. What's going to happen in the 2021 schedule will definitely change, and the need will drastically impact how many vehicles we'll have for transportation. What ideas, if it's not a bus transportation, what are we going to do about transferring individual kids that may need that individual transportation? So lots of conversation about options besides bus transportation at this time. So the recommendation for social distancing requirements, 6 feet between passengers in the recommended areas. It will create a challenge, as I mentioned to you, that you have to wear face coverings in the bus. Consider sitting 1 child per seat, stagger students on the bus. Just like you see at that picture there, maybe be required to complete health check before passengers go on the bus, as most of our kids are picked up from home to school. And then also large buses can hold a maximum of about 28 passengers right now. Small buses can hold about 4 to 8 passengers altogether. So lots of considerations, and I don't envy our current coordinator for transportation, because it is a challenge when we're talking about the inventory that needs to happen, as well as the preparedness for the markings and ensuring that our bus drivers are trained properly, as well as our families are informed of what happens when they step onto that bus. Okay, next slide, please. And then when we get to facilities and operation services, under the COVID-19 required site modifications, we have to look at the assessment of each site, which currently our operations committee is doing, assessing the sites about the square footage of classrooms, knowing that schools were built at different time periods, knowing that sizes may differ from one to another, even within the school setting. So that's also going to be a challenge. So in simplest form, about what does the engineering solution mean? You analyze your facility, you design according to what COVID-19 requires, and then you would have to purchase the materials, such as whether it's additional furniture, equipment, things that would help to structure the needs at this time. All that equates to more costs incurred for the district when it comes to those modifications. For us as district and site administrators, some of the solutions that we have, we know our sites very well. We know them from top to bottom, from end to end. So I'm relying on our plant managers, our facilities directors, our principals, assistant principals, our custodial maintenance staff to look at that and work together with our site administrators to develop workplace procedures to achieve the desired result for our students and staff. And then facilities preparation, these are things that we are planning for and looking at, relying heavily on our FMLT department. Summer cleaning as we speak now, using the cleaning chemicals with EPA-approved disinfectants, removing the desk, furniture, and other items to ensure that you can maximize the 6-foot distancing, installing engineered solutions such as plexiglass partitions, basically now for where the main areas are, including our front offices, distancing markers and signage across all the campus, including exterior and interior areas, restrooms, offices. You're talking about classrooms. That's going to be key. You've all been to markets, you've all been to restaurants. You could look at the bottom, you'll start seeing those labels everywhere. Performing HVAC maintenance and adjustment to ensure equipment is working properly. I know Ms. Morgan alluded to a concern. We also are concerned as well about our systems, and one result out of this closure, it would help expedite the major construction that's happening at Mountview High School with the replacement of some of the major buildings there with the HVAC system there. And also, as we discussed, is having the opportunity to look at different options to ensure that each classroom has the capability, if possible, to make those adjustments accordingly. Okay, next. So class size limitation, when we look at that, due to, obviously the Department of Public Health, when we have to look at this, social distancing will be the priority. They are recommending the 6 feet recommended at this time. It's not the requirement, but it is the recommendation. So the question that was raised with Dr. Ferrer when we had our call with her said, what if our schedule doesn't permit for 6 feet distancing or recommendation each classroom? She said, this is our recommendation. You have to utilize your staff about being, maybe looking at how you set up the room. For example, do not face kids. If you don't have that enough room, separate kids from looking at different areas or directions. Do not put into group settings, avoid group settings. And at the end of the day, folks, she said, do the best you can with what you have, as close as the 6 feet that are being recommended. In other common areas such as the choir room, they're recommending 8 feet because it's obviously a larger room and you're speaking, you're singing, a lot of things are happening there as well. And also that speaks for the band. Schools should be creative, no face-to-face seating arrangements, as I mentioned. Use a creative setup in the classroom. Consider use of physical barriers in some places, especially when it comes to the teacher giving the instruction and delivery. How do we ensure the safety of our teachers and staff as well when it comes to spacing? Consider use of outside space as instruction. Mr. Diaz and I had a conversation about this earlier, about exploring what options do we have outside instruction at this time throughout the campuses. Every campus varies with the size and within the scope of facilities and grounds. And then also rethink group activities. Highly not recommended. Common Core is about group activities and instruction and learning from each other. This is going to challenge us. It looks like this is looking more of a traditional setting because of the separation. So we need to put our minds together and relying on our teachers, our leaders on campus to be creative and have that service for our students where the attention span will continue, but also ensure that learning is happening with the plan that we have moving forward. Next. This was South El Monte High School. One of the initial steps that we took is look at model classrooms. One of them looks like a science lab, and the other one looks like a regular classroom setting that you'll see with different types of furniture seating. The top one being more of a traditional, one of the older model desks, and then the more innovative is at the bottom. So those are now the 6 feet distancing. I was informed by our plant manager at the site that the average was about 14 to 18 desks in the classrooms, and some of the smaller classrooms were about 12 desks altogether. So when you have a class size average, let's just say 35, 36 kids, and you have 14 to 16 capacity, we're still going to be challenged knowing that, looking at those cohorts, whether we do a two session cohort, a 3 session cohort into our daily practice. Because also one of the big challenges in high school is looking at the periods 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, even 7. How's that going to tie into the day? You need time to clean those classrooms. You cannot have kids outside the classroom between periods and expecting to keep social distancing if you have it. So limiting the amount of traffic on campus versus the sizes in the classroom is probably one of the biggest high school challenges when it comes to scheduling for reopening of schools. Next slide, please. So getting on to the seeking of input, and as you know that when we developed this task force, we had an initial survey for these interested members that were coming in, and we asked them some of the similar questions that we asked at the survey, that what has been your personal challenge with dealing with this this pandemic, but also just not being at work and not being able to come to work and operate and live the work life that you normally would have. That was important for us to know because you also had to consider their feelings and how they're responding to the development of this planning and where the priorities would be. but also allowing them to select which task force they would be interested in doing and their expertise as well. The consultation with EMUA started at the end of the year when we just started discussing our last phase of school closures into plans for the summer school year. And in regards to the curriculum, in any type of change or decision, we'll continue that conversation with our labor partners as we get into also negotiations. Parent survey, right now, as of today, when I did my counts, there was about 1,100 parents altogether that have responded. In reading some of the surveys, preliminary, just the outcomes, I know that the parents also relied on students for input. So I could see that was a kind of a work in tandem in response to these parent surveys. And also currently our staff surveys at 342 and student surveys was over 1,000 at about 1,065 responses now. We're taking input until I believe the 30th or at the end of this month, which is next Tuesday. So that's important to us to gather that by putting out some more reminders about getting input. As you know, that the percentage of students and related to current counts, we still need some more responses to have a good sense about the feelings out there related to the reopening of school. The questions that were asked, again, obviously, what would be your options? What are some of the things that are your most concerning? What do you need to be supported as we get into the reopening of school, whether it's instructional related, whether it's engagement, any type of activities that we can do for students, what are they concerned about? That includes also parent options. What would you anticipate having your child be part of, either stay home or coming back to school and having a classroom engagement on campus? Okay, next slide. So our current plan is to provide parents a choice. This is no surprise to you guys. There's two options right now that we feel is that we have the parent option for a blended hybrid schedule where the student would be allowed to come onto campus, provide some instruction and teacher direction as far as interaction face-to-face in the classroom, but also the distance learning would continue partially, a percentage of it. There are several models that I will not mention tonight, but there are several models that I will be going over on Monday about what the task force is recommending, where it's leaning, and also we'd like to hear also from our labor partners about what they're thinking about. Is there interest from our teachers as well? And then our option number two, as far as distance learning, this would be somewhat similar to what we did in the spring, where all the kids, the kids would stay home, learn from home, but this would be more of a structured, a day-to-day, time on task, attendance, very, very structured, unlike what we saw in the spring, because there was an emergency for providing a distance learning plan. We learned a lot from those outcomes at the end. I'm very proud to say that this week, from Monday through Thursday, all of our summer school teachers are actually being trained on our online summer program, on either the services that are being provided, on some of the tools that they can utilize, some of the required things that they would have to do as far as having the interaction with students and the amount of time that would have to engage face-to-face or live when it comes to either a Zoom meeting or Hangout, and also how to find a method to work with our students, monitor them, and also do their independent learning, because a lot of summer school within a 2-week setting and completing a course requires a lot of work on the students' effort and monitoring too. So trying to utilize our resources to support those kids once they're away from the face-to-face setting with the teachers. So that would look more like the distance learning if it comes full-time. Mr. Elatar mentioned something that we learned today, that the trailer bills, I believe it's AB 77, does allude to that the distance learning would be very restricted and limited to students in California. Something that's new to us, and we're trying to get more clarification. That means that there would have to be an exception if students were to stay home. A chronic illness, for example, they're not able to be here for certain specific reasons. So it's looking different than what we have on, obviously, if a parent had that option, just because they prefer that. So we're looking more into it. We have a lot of questions around that, and I'm sure we probably won't get the answer. But we're hoping that the county guidance will provide a more clear sense about what that means for distance learning and which kids would be allowed to do distance learning when we come back in the fall. which further complicates the issue with social distancing, because that means you're going to increase your kids in the classroom, and the percentage of kids that would be home that opted to learn would now have to come to campus. For a high school setting, it's a great challenge if you have more kids and we're required to provide service on campus while social distancing is being enforced. So each option presents obviously its challenges, as I mentioned. And then you heard about athletics. There's lots of, at the start of the school year, there's lots of excitement about fall sports, regardless if you're a, cross-country fan, football fan, a cheer fan. That is part of our school culture in high schools. But a lot of questions also, again, about where athletics is now. A lot of anxious kids, families, and coaches to getting out there. CIF is moving slowly on this. It looks like as of June 12th, they did provide some points there. They're looking to make a decision by July 20th about the status of fall sports. We also are developing our own guidelines for El Monte Union High School District students, because they are allowed to start conditioning and preparing, but with very specific guidelines about restricting the amount of students that are working together with their coach, the requirements about having precautionary measures such as social distancing, such as the wearing of protective equipment, mask, cleaning of equipment, whether it's in the weight room, non-contact, and also use of equipment such as throwing a football together. All those things that come in place are going to be restricted at this time. In simple form, it's just conditioning, more meaning the way to prepare yourself, but also limiting any type of practices that we know as practices, team sports, etc. Okay, some of the sports are more advanced than others right now as far as allowing. We're hearing that tennis is a goal because it's more of an individual sport than what we even know at even football and cross country at this time. So we'll continue to monitor that. We are establishing our guidelines based on CIF, but also we requested from the County Office of Education to help us have specific guidelines so that we can share across all schools in our county. Okay, so I thought that was important to mention about athletics, about where we're at there now. And the next step here again, to have a virtual community forum on Monday. We're going to give it a shot. We're going to try to provide similar updates to our families, more models about the instruction, because I know that's a lot of questions about instruction plans. And then having the opportunity to Q&A, live Q&A through similar to what we're doing here, formatting, collaboration with our association partners, and then finalizing the delivery of options for our families, and then continue the commitment that we have for this task force. It's going to be re-evolving, changing as we find out more information, and then ready our campuses, physical changes, schedules changes, staffing allocations. And then at the end, we train our staff, whether it's in the classroom to prepare for this, as well as our maintenance, custodial staff, food service staff, and then in service our students and parents about returning back to school. Lots of work ahead. I think it was important for us to look at where El Monte Union is at this time. Moving slowly, but rest assured that we are trying to move forward to have a plan ready for fall. I think that was my last slide. If there's any question that you may have, I know it's just an update to you, just information. Just wanted to make sure that you understood where we're at.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. Are there any questions from the members of the board? Mr. Padilla?
Yes, Dr. Zuniga, a question for you. If we were to do that hybrid model where there would be some in-person instruction and there will be some virtual instruction or virtual learning, what would the total number of hours be for an in-person student versus a person who's doing virtually? Because like you say, during the summer, the pandemic came on board and we kind of gave out the Chromebooks and we kind of just jumped into it.
Right.
But I know that I've been reading like in other states and specifically Texas, I know that when the children were going to school there, they were virtually going to school, but they would go to first period virtually and then second period virtually. And they had an entire day virtually. In this hybrid model, what would the total number of hours be for in-person versus virtual, or would it be the same?
It's a great question. I've learned that in the recent compromise or through negotiation between the governor and legislator, that the governor kept his 180 days of school. So there was some talk about reducing the school days. So we are still required to offer a 180-day calendar for school instruction. What is different and would allow some flexibility is the amount of time in instructional minutes as defined by the classroom teacher, as well as obviously, all of us here. But that is what the governor and legislators have decided in some of the trailer bills. I also read that the hour expected, whether it's a combined, face-to-face or independent work or work assigned to a student, as measured by a teacher about how much time is spent for this project, is at a minimum of 4 hours per day. And that was the last information that I recall reading. And Larry, you could chime in here, but I think those are the recent update that we got of deciding the factors about how much time. So the face-to-face and the model about distance learning at home, it's going to be measured in a flexible way, allowing, ensuring that there's 4 hours of actual the instruction per day. And that could be through the face-to-face or by assignment as measured by the teacher or the person who's going to give the grade.
Yeah, I'll chime in a little bit here. Like for instance, what we're doing now is we're pretty much piloting what our professional development, what we want to look at going into the fall of the year for the summer school. What we do expect our teachers to do, give 8 hours of instruction, online instruction during the week, and 5 hours of 20 minutes of work week per day. So we're actually expecting 5 hours 20 minutes of work and 8 hours of face-to-face online instruction. But right now they're doing professional development to be able to do that. And that's one thing, our commitment is to provide that professional development and preparation of that. Like Mr. Padilla, I heard the same thing. Different schools have to do first period, second period, and that's going to have to be negotiated and discussed. But we want to make sure we have plenty of professional development to provide any kind of online program with the students. Hope that answers some questions.
Yeah, sort of. So give me an example of like Monday through Friday when school starts. What would Monday look like? Because what I heard was 4 hours virtually. Would it be 4 hours in person, like from 8 to 12 in person?
There's a couple of options out there. One of those challenges we have is one of the things that teachers and what I'm hearing is they want to see the kids at least twice a week. To do that, you'd have to do like you have session A, session B. You split the class in half. So half the class would come on Monday, half the class would go 1 through 6 on Monday, 1 through 6 on Tuesday for the second session. So the teacher would teach the same thing on Monday and Tuesday, half the class Monday, the other half class on Tuesday, then Wednesday half the class, Thursday half the class, and Friday be a professional development. The students work at home. And this kind of model, it's you have the kids where they have face-to-face instruction, and it's not really distance learning. The other part is on their own working on assignments that teacher would give them. That's why the staff teachers really want to see them twice a week. The challenges with that will be in cleaning the classrooms between classes. We leave the kids in the same class, and we're working on that, how that's going to look, because the other thing is safety for students is pretty much number one on our list. So how much time do you need between classes to disinfect the rooms from one class to the other? Can we do a schedule where they're in the same class and teachers move? What does that look like? So we're looking at a couple different options. That's why Dr. Zuniga said we're still in that process of looking at a couple different models. There's another model where half the class comes in like we do first period on Monday, half come in the morning, half come in the afternoon. And between that, you clean the classes. But on that model, they're going to see first period on Monday, second on Tuesday, so on. But with that model, they only see the kids once a week. So right now, what we're seeing is teachers really want to see the kids at least twice a week if we do some type of a hybrid model. So that's where we are with that. And we still don't know how many kids, estimating. Well, the challenge we're going to have is how many staff, because of certain issues, will have to stay home. And what are we going to do with those teachers? Are they going to be part of the online program if students can't come back either, or a certain amount of students can't come back because of underlying health issues? So we're dealing with those challenges right now. We're working them out. It's going to take a little more time. We have a great committee that we're working on this through our team that Dr. Zuniga was talking about.
I see. And the reason I asked that question is, like, there are those parents, and I completely understand, that will say, I don't care what program the district is running, until there's a vaccine or until the district can guarantee my child's safety 100%, I'm not going to send my child. So what will we offer to those parents? I know Zuniga said that the virtual learning will only be offered like if there's the health conditions or something like that. What was that about? A little clarification on that.
Sure, Mr. Padilla, we just learned through the charter bills what would be allowed, and it's looking like the state is saying that they want kids on campus, that the online learning should only be offered for circumstantial, things that kids are facing, whether it's medical, graduate students, not by just because I want my kid to be home. So we're interested in better understanding about what is that defined as, because we also know that there's going to be parents that are still worried to bring their kids on campus. And that was the last thing we thought we were going to hear today.
So in the survey, do we have that question embedded into one of our surveys that says, will you send your child to school, to find out exactly how many of those parents will not?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
we do.
Great. The other question that I have is, and I know I want to be sensitive to this, but we do have older staff. We also have staff that has pre-existing conditions. Do we have numbers of how many teachers fear for their health and would not be able to come back? And the second prong to that is, how healthy are our substitute list, or the substitutes that we have cleared? Because I'm sure there's some teachers who would love to come back, but if they have a pre-existing condition, it's not that they're choosing not to come in, it's that their health doesn't allow them to. So do we have any information on that, or any grasp on that, of what those numbers are going to be for El Monte Union High School District to prepare those subs if they are needed?
We do, we had Mr. Cecil run numbers about the age group, about the over 65 employees. If I recall, for high school teachers, I believe there's 9 that are over the age of 65. But we also did it for all employees, because it's going to impact who you bring back from facilities, from food services. So all things that are. Go ahead, Larry.
We have actually 21 teachers that are over 65, classroom teachers.
That are current, but adult school is included in that one, I believe.
No, that's just high school teachers.
Okay, so we have more than that.
Yeah.
And that also can include even some of our substitutes that are working and are good. We're not going to be short of them. So we anticipate that those individual teachers who want to work will most likely be trained and assigned to do the distance learning program, and have, according to their subject matter, be assigned to specific students on campus. We have to be creative. We also have to utilize, in the summer, what we're doing is that we're actually utilizing a district-wide system, so these online teachers can reach out to other kids at other campuses based on need and based on numbers. So that's one of the, maybe a resolution for now about thinking outside the box. It's not just isolating into the classroom. I get that the challenge will be that these kids may not know this individual, and will take some time to have that relationship. That's important for us as well. But those are the things that we have to face at this time.
I just want to thank just both of you. These are unprecedented times, and the more questions I ask, the more questions I can think of, and they're never ending. So we have our jobs cut out for us, all of us, do at every level. So thank you for the work that you guys have put into this, and to the countless stakeholders and people that have participated on the task force. Just thank you. I cannot thank you enough, Larry Cecil and Dr. Zuniga. I don't know. This is just stuff that will keep you up at night. Thank you. That's all, Mr. President.
I can just say we have a great team, at the district level sites, that everybody's digging in. Teachers are digging in. Site administration is digging in, and we're really trying to come out with a really comprehensive plan for the fall that we can support all students and our staff too, because our staff is really important to us. So we're really looking at how can we best support them.
Yeah, I'm optimistic, but I know the reality, and we're going to rely on our labor partners to come up with a plan that meets the needs of their members, but also our families and our students. It's very important that given the subject of changes to working conditions in the fall, it's not going to be what you've seen. And that's something that we're going to have to work hard at to come into agreement that it's a plan that works for the entire El Monte Union High School District family. I just wanted to make sure that it's also acknowledged too. Thank you, Mr. Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Thank you, Dr. Zuniga and staff, for your responses. Mrs. Morgan, do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you, Mr. President. So, I'm very big on transparency, and I would expect that we would be able to share as much information as we can, as well as regular updates, right? Because our families are questioning and they want to know what's happening. I think the only thing that I really want to add to conversation is just being very mindful of what exactly is it that we do communicate. Because I know, as like the questions that we were talking about, what type of model are we going to use? And so nothing has been solidified yet. And so my concern is just that as we talk about these different models, people listen to that and then they start spreading that information and saying, oh, this is what the district's going to do. And we're looking at, this model and that model. And then in the end, if that's not the exact model we offer, then people are upset, right? Because then they're like, well, why did you say this? Or why did, I understood that we were going to happen to have this. So I just want to, I think that as a district, we just need to be very careful as to, the amount of information, sharing what we do know for sure, and then, moving on from there. So I think that's the only thing I want to add, just because I'm really concerned about too many possibilities being shared and then not really having a clear and concise plan yet. And that's obviously the task and the role of the task force, right, to come up with that plan. Everybody working together to provide that. So I do want to thank all of our staff and everybody that's on that the reopening task force committee, because it is a daunting task. I'm a part of the committee in our other district, and it's a big weight that's on the shoulders. You want to provide the best program for all of the students, right? Meeting everybody's needs. And so I know how hard the task is for the high school district as well. So just kudos to everybody, and thank you so much. And just keeping in mind of what information we hand out.
Can I just say one last thing, is that the one thing we're looking at, and when you did all the surveys, safety, security is the #1 response we got from all our people we surveyed. So, and we want our kids back on campus as much as possible, as many minutes as we can get them on campus. But the one thing we got to go back to is safety and security of our students and staff. And by the way, I just have the numbers in front of me. We have 85 CSEA, EMU adult ed staff that are 65 plus. 85 is the number. There.
Thank you, Mr. Cecil. Thank you, Mrs. Morgan, for your comments. Mr. Salcido, do you have any questions or comments for Dr. Zuniga or staff?
Sure. Just a big thank you for all the work they've done. Like Maria has said, she and I are on task force for our day jobs, And, we know the hard work that goes into it, so it's not an easy task. So really just appreciate what the time that people are giving, right? And just for everyone on staff, our certificated, our classified staff doing the work in the schools and trying to make space and, pulling tables out and finding storage and maximizing, floor space, I think is one of the things that I think I was thinking about, just because, being a principal at a elementary site, you're challenged with those questions and those problems. And, if we take furniture out, is that something that we've even considered? If we have tables, closets, are we removing? Are we storing? What consideration is, or have we considered that?
Yes, we have. Any furniture that's mobile will be moved or relocated. Our greatest challenge is that where they're going to be stored. So that's another layer about, okay, are we going to get more bins to store these things? Because hopefully this doesn't last forever. That's another.
We have gone through significant declining enrollment.
Right.
And there's classrooms available. We just got to get creative.
Of course. Yeah, we'll find a way. Territorial is a high school word, but we'll find a way. We'll find those offices and areas that have been transitioned to different things.
Right on. But thank you and kudos.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salcido. Mr. Diaz, do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, I'm sorry I missed it. But Dr. Zuniga, can you go back to if a student in a classroom, let's say, has COVID and exposes other students, will all those students be required to then isolate for 14 days, or what's going to happen in that scenario? Let's say a student comes to a classroom in this hybrid model. They come to the classroom. They're there all day with their peers, 14 or 15 other people, including the teacher. What's the protocol going to be for the El Monte High School District?
Great question. We would follow the same protocol which the Department of Public Health has already provided, or in their draft. There's specific guidelines about identify the classroom, obviously isolate that student as well as all the other students. And what they want us to be careful about is how much contact was provided as far as the student coming in and when it happened and the timeline and time frame of what occurred. How many other classrooms may have been exposed to this, since the student may have been in different areas. Those kids would also go through the same process as far as screening, about evaluating themselves and having the opportunity to speak to their families about a letter going out. There's your child may have been exposed to someone or was exposed to someone who tested positive. So there is template letters that immediately will go out to those families. I'm sure that the administration will be busy with the counselors about calling individual families in an isolated classroom. Our goal is to try to isolate students as much as possible. In other words, classrooms. And if that's the case, then we would be able to pinpoint where it happened, when it happened, how many kids were involved. But we would follow the same process about those kids, probably going into as far as sheltering and getting some time away from the classroom, but continuing education, their education through distance learning. Because the individual tested positive and it maybe impacts the classroom, it doesn't mean that the school will close. That was very clear to us from the Department of Public Health. And we would follow the same protocol about having them make that decision about school closure based on the level of incident and the volume of it. So we take those measures through the Department of Public Health guidelines.
And so then, one report, so the student would report this incident, and then who would be responsible for all that follow-up? I know you mentioned some counselors, some administration, but who's going to be like the point person on behalf of the El Monte High School District? Is it going to change by side, or is that someone that's already going to be identified?
We have our head nurse, Tiffany Applewhite. She's been engaged in the county, so we would look for her for guidance. We are also working with each of the schools to developing their own plans if and when something occurs about the protocol. So obviously the principal would be the immediate person responsible for guiding, along with our guidance here at the district office with Alejandro Leon, Director of Student Services, but also risk manager, our Director of Risk Manager, Ray Monte, Those are the two individuals that we're relying heavily on to guide the schools if there's any incidents that are happening. On one side, the risk management component about procedures, and then the other side related to more about the human aspect about working with the families and parents, getting the resources, etc. So we're trying to tackle it in both different directions because it's going to impact the holistic child about either their medical well-being as well as social emotional well-being, including the teachers.
And for our kind of our scope in this role, we can't make anyone take a test, right? Like we can't say, hey, you have to go and get tested. We can only recommend to families testing is one of the options.
Yeah, we're asking the families do get tested, and we're providing the resource to go get tested at. We will have to also measure the return timeline for these individuals to come onto campus to ensure that they're not only don't test positive again, but they don't have the temperature, the signage, and everything else. I know, Alejandro, you're also here too, if you want to chime in on some of the protocols that I know you've learned through the county as well. Turn your mute off.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga, and good evening, everyone. The last few months have been really, really busy in terms of keeping up to speed with CDC and DPH guidelines. We are definitely blessed to have Dr. Tiffany Applewhite helping us and supporting. And we do have an infrastructure in place already, as Dr. Zuniga has shared, in regards to initial response to a reported incident. There are major HIPAA implications involved, major confidentiality concerns involved. Obviously, we care about the students' well-being and safety. We need to make sure that they are attended to medically, social-emotionally, that the family has the support that they need, because odds are if one person is involved in that household, just like in the classroom, many are. So we've been able to curate resources to help for those families without medical insurance, for those families who have food instability, for those families that need housing support. LACO has been a tremendous resource in helping gather these items. And I really appreciate the work and the support that we are putting together through the reopening plan. This plan has really, from my end, help to provide additional support to the work and the direction that we were headed in already. So yes, tremendous amount of work, but also a lot of support from a variety of stakeholders.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Long. I think, and then Dr. Zuniga, the other question, or thank you for clarifying that. I saw with the respect to the personal protective equipment that staff will have some for staff. Is it also the PPE that we have for students as well? Or
That's correct, Mr. Diaz. We are getting support from the state and also distributed through the county. It's my understanding that we are to provide, for starters, 2 masks for every individual on campus. For starters, we have ordered an additional, right now, 1,000 cloth masks for the summer for employees that are returning back in the offices, different environments. So we're trying to provide different solutions, but relying heavily on the state to support us with the procurement process of ordering, gathering equipment, taking inventory. They're also providing some face shields, more protective gear for our health providers and our nurses that work directly with some of the most vulnerable students with medical conditions that cannot wear masks. So they also have to be more protected, our staff, and that's that the county will be supporting us in. What's challenging is that we don't know what happens after a 60-day supply that the state has ensured us that we would be getting. How do we sustain this? We, as I mentioned to you earlier, we started that ordering of equipment just to have that inventory, so that it would allow us to continue providing those masks coverings for our staff and our students as well. The campaign is to allow kids to bring obviously their own personalized mask from home, so they can take it home and wash it and clean it and bring it back. So we have to work also with our families about how to conserve things that they can do at home, and also if they feel more comfortable wearing their own mask, how to ensure that that's clean coming in, etc. But those are some of the suggestions that I would make moving forward in the fall.
yeah, and so the masks that we're going to be providing are cloth masks.
Correct.
Okay, And then last question, just with the hand sanitizer, are we thinking of like setting up those freestanding hand sanitizer stations all over campuses as well? Or
We
those-
go ahead. We're exploring options on that right now. What's important for us is to know if there's inventory sustainability of the liquid that we're being challenged to even purchase at this time.
Okay.
So if you do have stations and you're not able to fill those and they run out every fast, they're just going to be standing stations alone. But ensuring that you provide sufficient time for students and frequent time for students to wash their hands and staff, that's part of the guideline that the Department of Public Health is telling you, that you have to provide time for rotating or allow kids to wash and staff to wash their hands frequently.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. Board President, that concludes my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. As for me, I wanted to thank my colleagues for their questions and point out that a lot of the answers to the questions are actually located in consent agenda item 15, our COVID-19 mitigation plan, which we're going to be voting on today on the second reading. One of the questions that Mr. Diaz brought up regarding an individual or student who tests positive and what's required of them. So as part of the public health order, any individual who tests positive for COVID-19 is required to self-isolate for a minimum of 14 days. I know that poses a big problem for a lot of our families where we have multiple either individuals or even multiple families living within the same household. So through the County of Los Angeles, the Department of Public Health, there are quarantine isolation sites that are made available to individuals who can't self-isolate at home. The two requirements for self-isolation are the ability to have your own bedroom and access to your own restroom. We all know that's not the reality for a lot of our families. Most of our families don't have rooms that are that have their own restrooms that are only available to them. So the county did initiate a lease with the Fairplex Sheraton earlier this year, and I believe earlier this week the county did extend the lease through the end of this calendar year in order to continue to utilize that facility as a quarantine isolation site. So the protocol is if somebody tests positive, their medical provider, be it a private medical provider through their own insurance or a medical provider through a county-run facility or another type of clinic, would make the referral to the Department of Public Health, who would then provide transport for that individual to a quarantine isolation site where they would receive assistance, both food and medical assistance, while they isolate there, hopefully to recover within the 14 days and hopefully not develop any additional complications that would require any hospitalization. But any individual who tests positive does have to self-isolate. If you're suspected of being exposed to COVID, you have to quarantine, and it's recommended that you're tested. Of course, if you do test positive, you are required to self-isolate until your tests come back negative. But I want to thank my colleagues for their questions and their comments, and thank Dr. Zuniga and staff for providing this update. Again, it's unprecedented times, and it's always an unknown what tomorrow is going to bring. So thank you again for your presentation, Dr. Zuniga.
I forget to mention that we developed the website as a personal, its own up in the front page, reopening of schools section, for all the resources that we're working on through our task force. They're in there. If you take a look, all the information, including our forum for Monday, will be in there. For anybody who's interested in looking at that site, we're going to try to promote that as much as we can, because it's important that the information that we produce is provided to the public as well.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. With all that being said, we're going to move on to our consent agenda. Is there any item that a member would like held for discussion? Mr. Salcido?
No, my questions were answered.
Thank you. Mrs. Morgan?
No, I'm good.
Thank you. Mr. Padilla?
I'm good.
Thank you. And Mr. Diaz?
None for me, sir.
Thank you. I have no items to hold as well. So with that, I will move to approve the consent agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Salcido. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Aye.
Salcedo?
Aye.
Ms. Morgan?
Aye.
Mr. Briones?
Aye.
Thank you. We have the vote 5-0.
Thank you. Consent agenda is approved by a vote to 5-0. Moving on to regular agenda. Item number 1, discussion on the School Resource Deputy Program in partnership with Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. Dr. Zuniga, I believe we have a presentation and guests today on this item.
Yes, thank you, President Briones. This was at the direction of last week's meeting from the board about having a discussion related to more particularly 2 of our sites that are serviced through the LA Sheriff's Department in partnership with both the cities of South Del Monte and also Rosemead. I have the privilege of having a few individuals here with us and also our principals for both of the sites who said they would join us. Hopefully, if they're watching, they're already tuning in. Dr. Jorge Morales from South Del Monte High School, Dr. Brian Bristow also from Rosemead High School. I saw earlier our deputies watching, and I apologize for the long meeting that we are used to having here, but this is just how we roll here at Almana Union. And we have Deputy Ayon from Rosemead High School, who I've also had the honor and privilege of working at South Del Monte High School when he was there as well. So he's very familiar with both campuses. And also a Deputy Silva, and she is at South Del Monte currently right now. And also the honor of having our captain from the Temple Station, Mr. David Flores, and he's also will be joining us for a discussion. So the presentation is not specific to slides or programs, though we have some data that we had collected for this year based on our student information system data gathering. And some of the questions that I posed on the captain that, this is something that our board members were interested in. A couple of things. How has the LA Sheriff's Department responded to the current nationwide situation around policing when it comes to the interaction of police at schools and in our community? And then another question that I had asked, has the Sheriff's Department held any internal discussions on their approach to school policing, including divergent programs currently in place or being discussed? As captain of the Sheriff's Temple Station, how will you support our district's partnership with the city of Rosemead and South Del Monte as it relates to school resource officers, attitudinal relationships, and approach with students on campus? What perception would you like the community to have when school resource deputies are on campus? Has there been any outreach to our local communities and residents on this matter? It's important that we have this dialogue given our circumstances that we are hearing and seeing, whether it's on the news or recent news from LA Unified School District, with the board acknowledging and looking at the option whether they were going to continue having their own department at their schools. And I know that there was a vote last night, but really this is more about Almana Union. This is about what defines our school resource officer on campus. And I do want to go on record that we do have 3 agreements from both the city of Almana, including the South Del Monte and Rosemead cities that we have contract with. And these agreements define the roles and responsibilities of our actual school resource officers. And if you've been part of our district, you know that our SROs have been our partners for many years. They've been part of our family for many years at Almana Union High School District. The partnership with our cities and support that they contribute financially to make this possible is and should be recognized, because without them, this would probably be very difficult to maintain fiscally for our schools, as you know that just having the presence of a police officer on campus every day is significant, and there's a lot of cost behind that as well. So thank you to our city partners. Historically, the assignment was in collaboration with the cities, also as a way to have a buffer between the student and on campus, and also what's happening outside in their world, and also provide our SROs to serve as role models and really have that relationship that they would not see the same relationship as any other officer outside, because they are considered one of our staff members when they're on campus. So that's just a little bit of history, and I won't go too much on that, but there are some frameworks that were developed in the earlier stages that define the SRO roles and responsibilities on campus. So on that note, I want to welcome our guests again, our Captain Flores and both of our deputies and our principals here. The forum is open for you to respond. Maybe Captain Flores, if you are there now, maybe provide some opening remarks or comments that you wish to share. And then we'll do some Q&A by the board. Is any
Captain Flores is trying to hop on.
Okay, he's trying to hop on there. So what I'd like to maybe start off with first, do just maybe some formal introduction. Deputy Ayon, I know you're there. You'd like to do just a welcoming statement, a little bit about yourself. Your mic is off. There you go.
Okay, is it on?
Go ahead.
Hi, everybody. I'm Deputy Ayon. I attended Amani High School and I graduated from there, and also lived there in South Amani. So I'm a local person here, and I'm very fortunate to be working there with the youth. It's a great place to work at. A lot of things that we do there, but thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Okay, Deputy Silva. I know you were on there right now. I just saw you disappear. Maybe also just a reminder when you're speaking, if you could turn on your mic.
Am I on now? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Yeah. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Deputy Silva. I've been at South Almani as a school resource deputy for 3.5 years now. And it's been an awesome experience working with the youth and staff. I can go on and on, but thank you for having us. And it's been a journey. I enjoy working with these kids. I've learned a lot about myself, the kids, everything.
And thank you for being here with us this evening.
Dr. Zuniga, if I may.
Sure, go ahead.
I'm sorry, as we wait for the captain, sorry, this is Alejandro Leon, Director of People Services. I wanted to take a moment and just chime in a little bit, given the amount of work that I do that is associated with our SROs in behavior management, in student wellness. And I have to say that in the experience that I've had in working both with PDs and sheriffs throughout the LA County, the number one factor, in my opinion, that will make an SRO a good fit for a school is personality. And as you can see, Mr. Ayon and Deputy Ayon and Deputy Silva are teddy bears. And I say that in the best of ways because they are accessible to not just the students that they serve, the families that they serve, but the staff members that they are there to protect and serve as well. So it's a great pleasure to be able to work with them, to have their support in our construction of what behavior management is, and having their support in decreasing suspension rates and truancy rates, because a big portion of our alternative means of correction relies heavily on their mentoring and their support. Without their support, I would also say that a large portion of our students with critical social emotional needs would not get the attention as expeditedly as they do because of their assistance. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leon. We do have some data. Maybe as we're waiting for the captain, and he's actually should be joining us shortly. We could review. There's a few slides actually that we gathered. You saw some recent data earlier at a presentation. That information has been updated, and also the data that's collected. And I failed to formally introduce, so he already had gone on. Our Director of Student Services, Mr. Leon, who played a significant role here. So. Mr. Leon, why don't we start off with that? If I can have Mr. Steelman provide those slides, and we'll put them up there right now. We did separate the data to have the two schools featured as well, and that kind of gives us a better glance about what the schools are accomplishing and what data is being collected from the district standpoint. Okay? I believe it's coming on right now.
Okay, I'll just wait for the data to come right on. as we wait for the data, thank you, Mr. Stillman. Some time ago, and I believe it was last year, at the request of the board, we made some adjustments to our student information system to be able to formally collect the data generated by the presence of an SRO on campus. We use this data to monitor student interaction and student support. In doing so, we've aligned it to the Office of Civil Rights criteria, which requires us to report information every 3 years regarding law enforcement on our campus. So in doing so, you will see two sets of format. The first one is informal SRO contact. This is, I included a few examples of the activity that includes, but generally what it is contact with a police officer that does not result in a ticket or a formal police report. It involves a lot of the support services that are identified there instead. So these specific numbers that you see here are informal SRO contact for our district. Because we're here with our deputies, I'm gonna ask Mr. Stillman to scroll down to the second page, please. Here we go. Now the data shown here is specifically for that of Rosemead High School and South El Monte High School. As you can see, our SROs are pretty busy. And again, this is data that only went up to about March. So this is not the full year. Our two SROs that you see here present that are joining us were involved in assisting students in social emotional situations 38 times, provided behavioral support for staff, communities 65 times, supported with attendance, truancy mediation and mitigation 27 times, and supported in academic circumstances 2 times. Now, what the academic circumstances means is that students reach out to our SROs and inquire about becoming a law enforcement officer, inquire about a career in the military. A lot of the interaction here will also involve situations off of campus, whether it be a custody matter, an issue with a neighbor, the need for a restraining order. Our SROs have become that go-to in a welcoming and comfortable environment, the school, for not just students, but their parents to go and ask for help. You know, some of our students go through some very trying circumstances, and what better resource than to have a familiar face like that of Deputy Ayon and Deputy Silva to be there to guide not just students and their families. Okay, Mr. Stillman, can you go to the next slide, please? The next slide has formal SRO contact. Now, this is more of when this involves the filing of a police report, the issuing a citation, and even arrests. But it also includes items where our SROs are supporting with reporting runaways, reporting or responding to a child annoyance issue. Unfortunately, we get a good chunk of these on the way to school and on the way home. There's child abuse reporting that needs to be supported. There are other agencies at times that legally have to come in and speak to our students, and we use our SROs to help guide, support, and again, have an additional welcoming face and support for the student. So although EMPD has the diversion program and their SROs forward directly to that, this service is also available at both Rosemead and South El Monte through our partnership with Alma Family Services. So this program is available district-wide. This data here will also shows and includes the information or the tallies where RSROs are supporting with psychiatric holds. Again, if anyone working at a school site understands that when this is a very sensitive situation that draws a lot of attention and can take up to hours, long late hours, And that's fine. It's what we sign up for. It's what we do. But with the presence of an SRO on our campus, we help to expedite that attention and service to the family, and I'd say at least a third, if not a fourth of the time. Okay, now, can you slide down one more? And again, this is the specific data here for just Rosemead and South Amani, given that we're working or speaking to both of our deputy SROs. This is specific data for both of the sites. As you can see, in terms of, if you compare the numbers between formal and informal, they are doing much more to support the community, to mitigate behavior, to support with community need than they are in regards to getting a student involved in that legal pipeline. Again, I commend them for their hard work. I commend our administrators for partnering them and using that valuable asset in a very efficient manner and including them and involving them in as much as they do. Okay, thank you. Dr. Zuniga, that's it from my end.
Thank you. Any questions on the data? I have our Captain Flores here with us, but maybe we can hold our questions after if you'd like. I could have Captain Flores. Are you there now? I know I see a private call. I think that's you.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Thank you, and welcome to our board meeting. We have our Board of Trustees here, our President, Mr. Briones, Florencio Briones, our Vice President, Maria Morgan, our Clerk, Mr. Carlos Salcedo, and our member, Mr. David Diaz, and our member, Mr. Ricardo Padilla. Along with that, we have obviously your two deputies from South Amani and Rosemead, Deputy Silva, Deputy Ayon, our two principals at the sites, Dr. Morales, Dr. Bristol, our Director of Student Services from the district office, Mr. Alejandro Leon. And I hope I don't miss anyone because I know a lot of us have contributed to these conversations today. I would like to just formally welcome you and thank you for joining us. I know you had some trouble logging in. You and I spoke about some of the requests and questions that came up last week and a recommendation to have a dialogue, not only with our partners as far as the LA Department, LA County Sheriffs, but also input from our students and parents about, what they see when they look at officers on campus, more specific our SROs who have that relationship every day on campus. And I provided you some of those bullet points. So if you just allow us for maybe a formal introduction, maybe a little bit about yourself and some of the thoughts and ideas and maybe some of the planning that you have as far as the Sheriff's Department's goals.
Very good. Well, hello, everybody, and thank you so much for having me. My name is David Flores. I'm the unit commander of Temple Station. Our station is one of the largest sheriff stations in the county. We provide public safety to about 200,000 people over 65 square miles, and we serve 5 contract cities. 2 of them are Rosemead and South Amani, where you have your school resource deputies. I've been on the department doing this work over 33 years, and I've been at Temple Station for just over 3 years. And so I was so happy, Superintendent Zuniga, when you called. I know when I first became a captain, I reached out and visited you and Mr. Cecil at your office, and it's just very important to me to be able to reach out to our stakeholders, and I believe firmly that the work we do on the front end really helps us on the other end. So I appreciate this opportunity, and I know you sent me some questions that, if you indulge me, I'd like to give you a pretty comprehensive view in response to your questions, a little bit of the Sheriff's Department's philosophy, and also my expectations. So how about I just read each question and address them? Is that fine with you?
Sure, please. And just to front load, I did read the questions out to the board, so happy to go ahead and remind us because it was at the start of the introduction. So feel free to do that.
Great. So the question was, how has the Sheriff's Department responded to the current nationwide situation surrounding policing when it comes to the interaction of police at schools and in our community? And certainly these are very challenging times for many. And I just want to be clear that the law enforcement community is appalled at what happened in Minneapolis, almost 2,000 miles away. But just to be clear, we do not condone what occurred. I don't know of any law enforcement professional or any officers that concur with what occurred. So that being on the table, the mission of the Sheriff's Department is one of service and reverence for human life. And I've responded to the situation on several different levels, such as having open dialogues with community members, schools, and city officials. This is an example of that. I've communicated with protest event organizers, some of whom were high schoolers. Past few weeks, we had about 4 different events within my station's jurisdiction, and I'm happy to report that I was able to have communication with some of the event organizers, and there were no one was injured, no one was hurt. I'm very happy about that. I've also had several email communications with members of the public who have expressed concerns on policing, and I welcome these conversations and have taken the time to explain some of our standards, our vetting process, and the internal checks and balances we have on the Sheriff's Department. Our mission of being leaders in our schools and communities has been questioned by some, but we remain steadfast to make a positive difference and to be a resource of help to those who need us. And I've attended numerous briefings with my line level troops to reinforce my expectations and to give them direction. And a major response for us on the Sheriff's Department begins at our hiring process. The Sheriff's Department conducts an exhaustive background check of applicants prior to being accepted as a recruit. And I think that's a key factor, one, before they even become a part of our Sheriff's Department, is the vetting process. And just a reminder, the California Commission on Peace Officer Standard Training, there's a website you can look up, the California Commission on Peace Officer Standards, and they are the ones that have the minimum requirements for someone to become a peace officer in the state of California. We, however, on the Sheriff's Department, we scrutinize our applicants beyond that standard. For example, as part of our background check, we view each applicant's social media sites. We speak with former employers, co-workers, neighbors, and relatives to determine the character and integrity of the applicant. We also review school transcripts, credit history, driving history. We fingerprint each applicant to ensure they don't have a criminal record, and we check their military and selective service record. We contact every law enforcement agency where the applicant has lived in case there's information that is not noted on a criminal record search. And we complete a federal Department of Justice check to ensure that the applicant is not prohibited from carrying a firearm. We also have the applicant take a polygraph exam, a written psychological test, and they personally meet with a psychologist to determine the applicant's suitability for this career. The polygraph questionnaire, just as a note, also covers areas associated with racism and cultural sensitivity. And the background check of every applicant takes several months. And just to note, we have about a 97% failure rate on applicants who are subsequently disqualified and never make it to the Sheriff's Academy. But once they are in the Academy, about 25% or 1 in 4 of those who enter the Academy don't complete it for a variety of different reasons. Some are injured, some fail the academic test, some fail the practical applications, etc. So by the time a recruit graduates from the Sheriff's Academy, they're the top 2 to 3% of all of our applicants. And by the way, last year, we processed about 21,000 applications for deputy sheriff for our department. So a big part is the vetting process, who we allow to represent the community, because, you know, sheriff's deputies, we are first members of the community. and we are entrusted to carry out our duties. So part of our response is not only, while we are encountering things in the live, but also just to become a deputy sheriff. I think that was an important point to bring up. Now I can answer questions, or I can just run through each of the questions, however you'd like me to do that.
Thank you, Captain Flores, for your presentation and your introduction. So at this time, I will open it up to questions from members of the board. I'll start up on top with Mr. Salcido.
I don't have any specific questions.
Okay, would you like me just go to the next one, or any questions on this particular bullet point?
I'll open it up to the rest of the board if there's anyone who has any questions on this specific point.
Sure, Ed. I'd like to make some comments if I may.
Go ahead, Mr. Padilla.
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to thank you, Captain Flores and Deputy Silva and Deputy Ayon. I'm board member Ricardo Padilla, and for many years, I've been on the board now for 6 or 7 years, and I was always one that was very critical of the data, not only with the Temple City Sheriff Station, but also with Del Monte PD. There were several times where I was kind of on my superintendent's case and said, hey, I want the data. I want the data on what are these deputies and what are these officers doing with our kids, because I wanted to make sure that we interrupted the school to prison pipeline. I didn't want our resource officers to be citing our students on campus and building those negative relationships of everything that we see on TV and all the negative stuff with police officers. And so I want to thank our school district, specifically Mr. Leon, for bringing the data and showing the data, not only to the school board members, but also to the parents and to anybody who's watching, that these deputies are building positive relationships with our kids. They're at the end of the day, that's what they want. They want to build those positive relationships with our kids. And I want them to build positive relationships with you and vice versa, because unfortunately in Latino communities, and I'm a brown person, I'm a Mexican that was brought here when I was 5, we're afraid of the police department, and that needs to change. And how do we do that? One of the things that we do that is by starting in our schools. If you want something to change, you start in our schools. And so the school resource officer position is a great position as long as it stays positive. Yes, there are going to be those times where a report or a citation is going to have to be written out, but I would rather another officer do that, not the officer that we're paying, half of their salary to build those connections with our kids. And I know that Deputy Ayon, he does a great job. He connects with the kids. I know he comes out on TV sometimes and he sings and he does the corridos that so many of our kids can relate to. We recently did some graduations, and I can't tell you how many kids, and I heard it from my other colleagues as well, when these kids were receiving their diplomas, they're playing their go-to music, and so much of that music involves some of those corridos and something that was very personal to them. And I know I've been on the South Del Monte campus as well, and Deputy Silva has done the same thing. And so I just want to commend you for the work that you do. You're in a profession right now where the magnifying glass is on you, and there's a big target on your back right now, with people crying to defund the police. And we just did a survey as it pertains to COVID-19, and in the survey, when we asked our parents, and I've always known this, in education, safety is the #1 thing for parents. They could care less about, I shouldn't say they could care less, but the curriculum will always come second. Best practices, best programs, that will always come second. When you survey our parents, and I'm sure this is going to be the issue in every community, is what is the #1 thing that you're concerned about in our schools? And time again, the parents will tell you, I want you guys to tell me that my child is going to be safe on your campus. And I think by you guys being visible and being on our campuses and building those relationships, you make that happen. But not only that, because you've built those relationships over the years, you can stop things from happening because the kids will trust you and come let you know and give you a heads up, like, hey, this might be going down. And I think that's the key to the school resource officer position. And so I want to thank you for working in partnership with us to interrupt the school to prison pipeline. Because as a brown person, I cannot tell you, and you guys know this better than I do in terms of the data, the amount of Mexican people that are incarcerated and Black people is disproportional. And I say this on this board, and sometimes it makes people cringe, but it's okay if you cringe. It makes people uncomfortable because nobody likes to talk about that, but we must talk about it, because if we don't, then we face issues like the ones we're dealing with now. So thank you for that. And one question, this is for Captain, for the captain. What are you guys doing in terms of retraining your officers, or what is coming down the pipeline in terms of learning new tactics for de-escalation? Because, you know, people should not lose their lives because they were asleep in a drive-thru. And I know that we're talking about school resource officers, but the police position covers a lot of stuff, not just the schools. What are you doing to train your officers to de-escalate situations, whether it's in the schools or outside in the community, Captain Flores?
So thank you for your comments. There's a lot to unpack, but I do come with you on several matters. One, that we are partners. Two, it's trust is vitally important, and then the ongoing communication. And question actually could be answered, I believe, in the next bullet point, which says, has the Sheriff's Department held any internal discussions on their approach to school policing, including any divergent programs currently in place or being discussed? So when we talk about what are we doing, on this one. So we've had, the answer to that is we've had numerous command staff communications with the command staff of the Sheriff's Department regarding our mission, better positive engagement with the public. We have reviewed our force policy again, although it had been completely revamped in the recent past. And on June 8th, just a couple weeks ago, we did change our force policy with regard to the use of the carotid restraint. We have been very transparent in regard to information and our statistics, the data, and we have made it publicly available. The website you can get that at is www.lasd.org, LASD for LA Sheriff's Department. And on the page there, you can go down to our transparency, and it has information on a variety of topics. But it is all data for you to peruse. We continue to scrutinize our checks and balances at the supervisory level to ensure that our policies are adhered to, and we continue our training throughout our career. So what are we doing? We have partnered for many years with the Museum of Tolerance. And if you go to the Museum of Tolerance website, you could search on the website, tools for tolerance for law enforcement. And if you search tools for tolerance for law enforcement, it will give information on the training in the areas of cultural diversity, ethnic decision-making, hate crimes, racial profiling, and leadership. And that is the one of the steps we're taking to give continual training. I took that course, and I've taken it several times throughout my career, but that is one of our partners who we partner with to have a practical step forward in doing something to influence and train our deputies. In fact, in the first week of the Sheriff's Academy, recruits are given a 3-day course on what we call respect-based leadership. And the class covers our department policy as it relates to discrimination, harassment, etc. And recruits are also given cultural diversity, discrimination training to include racial profiling, hate crimes. We have a lecture from the LGBT community, and we also physically take the trip to the Museum of Tolerance in Los Angeles to receive instruction for the day. The courses specifically address cultural diversity. However, our academy courses on leadership, professional and ethics, policing in the community, victimology, crisis intervention, crimes against persons, death investigations, laws of arrest, search and seizure, handling disputes and crowd control, and persons with disabilities also cover overlapping topics related to race, ethnicity, religious issues, and other similar subjects. We do also have an extensive training program on de-escalation. That is an ongoing training that a few years ago we started, and we have quite a bit of time. We've added also to the academy beyond what the state standard is to address that. After the academy, if you know anything about the sheriff's department, you know that deputies start out in the jails working custody and then to patrol. And in our patrol school, prior to being assigned to a patrol station, deputies are again refreshed on the topic in our procedural justice course. This is not a state requirement, but we provide the class anyway. And after patrol schools, deputies are required to update their training throughout their career to include racial profiling, cultural diversity, and again, tools for tolerance is a major portion of our continued training. That goes beyond just the day-to-day briefings. We have seen many things on the news regarding interactions with law enforcement throughout the country, and we have real in-depth discussions with our sergeants, lieutenants, and myself with the line deputy, just to reinforce our responsibilities of our oath, but also the consequences and the image of the department. And I also mentioned our California Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Training. That website is available also to the public, and you can see the issues regarding de-escalation, some of the other training that is mandated by the state. So the practical things that we are doing are continued training, talking about things that are going on in live time regarding our expectations, the consequences, and what is the right thing to do. And so I hope that answers your question.
It did. You did answer my question. This is a question for Dr. Zuniga, or moving forward. It's one thing for the board to see this data, but in terms of working in partnership and helping these officers and helping the captain, shouldn't this data be something that we can be very transparent and put it on our website for our parents to see? In a time when parents have so many questions about what are these officers doing? What is the school resource officer doing on our campus? How do I know that they're not just citing my child and creating a record for them, as it happens, unfortunately, still in some communities of color? Could this data, this positive data of the wonderful work that they're doing, be placed onto our district website, or not only on our district website, but also at each of the specific schools to show that data, to show our parents and our children that we're not trying to hide anything, that these dollars that come from the general fund are being used for the safety of their children. Again, I think it's one thing for us to look at the data, and we know the data, but I think we have to do a better job. I think in education, we're always slow to kind of toot our horn about the wonderful things that we're doing. We're very poor in education about that. Business does it really well, other professions, but in education, I think that's an area of improvement where we need to do a better job, but particularly during this time when our officers need our help. Are there some bad officers out there? Absolutely, and we need to weed those out. And the reason that I say that, specifically to the Temple City Sheriff Station, Early on, when I got onto this board, I experienced some uncomfortable, I thought it was a racist cop from the Temple City Sheriff Station. And I just said, you know what? This guy was a Caucasian man, and he obviously did not care for me. And I know, based on comments he made to me, it had to do it because I was a Mexican. And I wasn't dressed up like I'm dressed right now. I wasn't wearing a suit. I was wearing casual jeans and a t-shirt, playing some music. And I got pulled over and had a really bad experience with the Temple City Sheriff Station. And I have to tell you, I went to Rosemead High School. And as a young kid, I used to hate talking to police officers from the Temple City Sheriff Station because they were always arrogant Caucasian men. And I'm being totally transparent about this. And I always felt like they would always harass me when I would play basketball at Rosemead High School. I just had a bad experience with them. And you make your decisions, or you categorize or judge an organization based on the treatment that they gave you. And so I had a very negative perception about the Temple City Sheriff Station. And over the years on this board, that had changed. But going back to that specific incident that I dealt with, the guy rubbed me the wrong way so bad, and I thought, you know what? You just messed with the wrong Mexican, okay? And so what I did was I filed a formal complaint against him in your Temple City Sheriff's office on the site of Kmart. And I left it there. There was an investigation. I got called in and, it went on his record. Well, a couple of years went by. And I guess this guy must have been fired from the Temple City Sheriff Station or something. But somehow he ended up in Compton. And lo and behold, I get a call from Compton that there was an investigation on the same cop of behaviors that he was engaging in, similar to what I had experienced. And I thought that was very interesting. And so I'm glad, based on everything that you said today, Captain Flores, that there's a lot more training. There's a lot more about cultural sensitivity. And there should be. Rosemead is in an area that's primarily Asian. And sometimes they don't speak English at times. And so I'm glad that your officers get that type of training. But in past years, I was not very impressed with the Temple City Sheriff Station. And I'm sure Ayon has been around, and so has Officer Silva. And we all know who those bad apples are in our professions. If you ask me in education, I could give you, some names. And I'm sure in your profession as officers, you also know who they are. But we have to get those people out and weed them out. And hopefully, the government does create or pass a law that tell these officers that, you guys are not above the law. Just like I'm not above the law, Dr. Bristol's not above the law, none of us are above the law. And I think that once we do that, some things will change even more for the positive. And if you're always a great cop and you always treat people with respect and all that, then you have nothing to worry about. The ones that have something to worry about are those racist cops, are those ones that engage in excessive brutality. And I know that right now the Latino community is very upset with the death of this young man, Andres Guardado, in the city of Gardena. Black Lives Matters has been joining them because, they're angry with the police department. But again, not all police officers or resource officers or police chiefs are bad guys. There's more good guys than bad guys. And so the good stuff that we're doing, we need to do a better job of posting it out there, Dr. Zuniga. For the rest of our community, our 8,000 plus families that we serve, need to know about the great work that they're doing.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Yeah, happy to share that with the website, part of data in the website and under our sections there. That's not an issue at all. I think it's a great idea to put it out there, but also promote that in through our community updates, through our stories that we share monthly. I think it's a good start that we provide that information. Thank you.
I'd like. Sorry, did you have additional comments in your presentation, or had you concluded?
I have two more bullet points, but for me personally right now, this is really great because the comments that have just been said, it just shows me how much we are all on the same page, because you are giving me such great segues into my next point. And I do think that's a great idea, and I've often said to some peers and personal friends, if I was not a deputy sheriff with, over 3 decades of experience in this business, and I was just a regular person who really had no interaction with the police at any level of friends, neighbors, etc., and all I saw what was on the news or on social media, I think, I too would not have a great image of police officers, and I might even be scared because of what I'm seeing. So I think that's a great suggestion to have some balance. So let me segue into the next point. It says, as captain of the Temple Sheriff Station, how will you support the district's partnership with the city of Rosemead and South Amani as it relates to school resource officers' attitudinal relationships approach with students on campus? So first, I have to say, I'm going to talk a little bit about my personal experience and some of the jobs I've held, but I know that Deputy Ayon and Deputy Silva are on board. So I want to preface this with first, I'm very pleased with the deputies assigned to your schools. I know firsthand, how much these deputies love the students. I've had numerous conversations with them, and they have invested their personal time and money to be a leader and mentor to help students succeed in life. Secondly, I consider, all of you as board and school officials, as well as our students, to be partners in our mission to live and work in a safe environment. I know we both want our students to have the tools to thrive in the years to come, and I expect my deputies to be people of integrity, to have moral courage, and to be approachable and have a positive influence on our students, to be positive role models and protect those who cannot protect themselves. We talked about relationships, and relationships are built. And we are in some challenging times, but challenging times brings opportunity as well. And the department supports our community in so many ways, but it is through our checks and balances that, I would manage the department standards. We talked about discrimination, and that's a violation of our department policy and can result in discipline and to include discharge. And personally, I have worked at our department's Internal Affairs Bureau as a sergeant investigator on our shooting and force response team. And then I worked there as a lieutenant supervising a team. And eventually I was a second in command of the Internal Affairs Bureau. And I have firsthand knowledge of the thoroughness of our investigations. Interestingly, the impetus of the majority of our administrative investigation cases are internal. And this is a testament to the checks and balances we have by our supervisory staff to monitor our workplace, to conduct supervisor inquiries, and of our complaint process from the public and by our employees. We have a very robust complaint review process, and I've also witnessed the review process of our command staff in examining major employee discipline and discharge cases. And these meetings are attended not only by Sheriff's Department personnel, but a variety of stakeholders, including members of the Office of Inspector General, which is an outside entity, as well as our county council. We have thousands of deputy sheriffs who have a difficult job, and sometimes some of them disappoint us, but we do have checks and balances. And if any member of our department violates our policy, there's a process to address that specific individual. And the fact of the matter is some of them get fired. In fact, I mentioned the LASD.org website. You can get information on who was fired, what their rank was. Some are professional staff, some are sworn, but have a brief synopsis of what those violations were. But we have partnered with our community leaders and helped our residents every day. And the latest formal statistic I have for Temple Station covers a 1-year period from April 2019 through March of 2020. And just to give you some context, for that year's time, Temple Station handled over 56,000 calls for service, and the deputies made over 50,000 self-initiated observations. Of all those, we received 23 personnel complaints and 6 service complaints, none of which were alleged to be regarding discrimination. Each complaint was thoroughly investigated, and I reviewed them myself. Interestingly, also, we received more public commendations than we did complaints. So with my background at the Internal Affairs Bureau, I'm grateful that as I review these complaints, I know the process. Many times, not many times, but sometimes I have to send things back because I want questions answered. But that is also just part of what we're doing to support district and the cities, and that's ensuring the public trust and ensuring that the standards that we have are being met. And so if you have questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Thank you, Captain Flores. So I'll open it. Is that the conclusion of your remarks, or is there anything else?
I have one more bullet point that you asked me.
Oh, go ahead and finish your presentation. Then we'll open it up for comments for the rest of the board.
So the question is, what perception would you like the community to have when school resource deputies are on campus? Has there been any outreach to our local communities and residents on this matter? And the perception and actually reality I would like is that our deputies deeply care for the well-being of our students, that they lead by example, they're reliable, they're a source of moral strength for our students, and that they're strong leaders and well-rounded beings. I've often said the uniform is just a covering over the good people that they are inside, that they are courageous and running toward danger to protect others, and that they inspire others to succeed. I've had numerous discussions of the benefits of school resource deputies and the good they are for the students. And I would hope that, students are taught that, and that they could see that the deputies are there to help them. But better than that, here are some real life examples of what I am happy to report. And I probably am going to embarrass Deputy Silva and Deputy Ione, but I think it's important that when we talk about some of the work in practical terms, what they're doing. For example, in South Monte, Deputy Silva helped out with the CBI program. She volunteered her own time to volunteer with serving meals to the kids and assisting with supervision. She donated a bicycle, a helmet, and a lock to a student in need of transportation to and from school. She donates money and gift cards every year for families struggling during Thanksgiving and Christmas. She has had several students confided of who's selling drugs on campus out of concern to help improve the school environment. She has actually had several female students inquire about a career in law enforcement. She supports students in school fundraisers all year round. And many parents have come to her in confidence asking for advice and direction how to deal with their troubled or rebellious teen. There was one student who was a newcomer to this country from Guatemala, had never attended school and struggled in the classroom environment. And Deputy Silva frequently checked on the student and provided positive reinforcement, and the student improved. There's another student who thanked her for guiding her in a positive direction to avoid drugs and making a more positive path for herself, and joined a wrestling team and had not vaped in several months after that. She helped the student to make better choices, set up an appointment for them to attend the academy. They went to community day school and came back. A grandmother personally thanked her for helping her son. He was failing in his grades, but graduated. Another student she supported to help make better decisions, and the student is passing all his classes, and his relationship with his peers have improved. And I'm just taking a couple things. There was a teen dad who was failing and not attending school. So Deputy Silva worked with him on a consistent basis, promoting encouragement and emotional support, and he graduated last year. In Rosemead, Deputy Ione performed CPR on a student who was not breathing and did not have a pulse. He was able to, and Temple Station deputies to revive that student, and he made a recovery. Deputy Ione gathered donations for a student family that lost a house during a fire. Deputy Ione saw a student with a broken backpack, and Deputy Ione provided him with a good working backpack. He mentored a student who was on probation and disliked the police. Deputy Ione played basketball with him and helped him. There was another student, several students who were at risk, and they recently had arrived from Mexico, and they formed a small band and played during lunchtime. There was another student who had anger issues and told Deputy Ione that she wanted to fight others. She raised her grades. Deputy Ione suggested she join the wrestling team, and she's the captain of that team now. She's so happy. Deputy Ione saw a student who was always eating lunch by himself, so Deputy Ione started eating lunch with that student. And here's a very important one that I think is critical that I haven't mentioned but is paramount, that Deputy Ione enforces the spirit of the law on many occasions and mentored and guided students. I know there's a lot of talk and papers I've read on, the pipeline to prison, but I do believe it is very important to look at things in context, look downstream for the good of the student and society, and to enforce the spirit of the law, and maybe help teach principles rather than just the letter of the law. Deputy Ione gave a student a glove, baseball glove, who didn't have it. He took 40 low-income students to a doctor game. And so it goes on and on, just a few things, but more than just, policies and tests. These are practical things that these deputies are doing, and these are life-changing events. These are giving kids something to look up to from a responsible person, an honorable person. I know personally, scouting was it for me. I'm an Eagle Scout, and I can't tell you how important it is to have adult, responsible leaders as mentors. And I truly believe these two deputies are special deputies and it boils down to they love the kids. They love the kids and they want to do what's right. And that is something that, you just can't read on a text without context. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain. So with that, I'll open it up again for questions or comments from the board. Mr. Padilla, I know you've mentioned some comments already. Mr. Salcido, you had no comments at the time. If that still stands, can you give me a thumbs up or go ahead and ask?
No, I'm okay. I think that's what we've come to expect from our SROs, is to make an impact on the lives of our students. And I know just from the commentaries that, Dr. Morales and Dr. Bristol have made in the past, that our SROs are some of the best. So I think in light of everything that has happened, it's reassuring to hear these comments from everyone. And I was also pleased with the data, which is I think something that we've been asking for a while. So very happy with the report.
Thank you. Mrs. Morgan?
Thank you, President Briones. So I do want to thank Captain Flores and Deputy Silva and Ione for being here, for joining us this evening and providing information that you did. I feel like we're a little bit spoiled in the sense that, in our own community of El Monte Union High School District, we have had very good SROs, ones that do build relationships with our students. And that is one of the reasons why I have always been a supporter of having the SROs on campus, because our ask and our expectation is that each one of our SROs will be building relationships with our students and encouraging them, being that person on campus that is visible for safety for parents, because yes, parents do worry when their kids are in high school. It is a time where students are faced with a lot of adversity, a lot of peer pressure. And so parents worry about that. Having somebody that's positive on campus to provide them with that support and answer questions. And you guys named everything, all the good things that you have been doing. So, you know, I will continue to support this. I feel that once we see that there has been a change and a shift in the work to be done, I don't see that happening. But, you know, if we had somebody that all of a sudden policing seems to be the role, then obviously that would be the minute I would say no. We want to make sure that our kids feel safe when they're on campus and do not feel like they're being watched, right, every single minute. But if you see them doing something, then you, in a very positive way, can approach them. So I do want to thank you. I want to thank you. And I know that I've seen Deputy Ayon many times on campuses at Monte High School, at Rosemead, at South. So, and for football games. So every once in a while there's a visit. So I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you for the information that you provided us. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Morgan.
You're
Mr.
welcome.
Diaz.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you all for spending your evening with us. As y'all heard, you know, the Amani High School District likes to have pretty extended board meetings here. And I think you keep hearing the sentiment of we would like our SRO to support our students versus police them. And so I have a couple questions, Mr. Leon, with respect to the data. I saw, you know, obviously the informal and formal interactions with students. Of those, there was only one arrest, but there were no other citations that were issued in that period of time. And if not, is that due to the diversion program that exists and is offered to every Amani Union High School District student? You're on mute.
Okay.
Mr. Leon? Oh, there you are.
Yes, here I am. There have been citations over the course of the year throughout our district. We as a district have had a lot of discussion amongst the administrators on site in regards to when and why a student will be cited. You know, there are behaviors that are of major concern and impact school culture, school safety, and community as well. The one thing that we have all agreed upon is a structure in which students will be provided with an opportunity to explain, to get the support that they need, to get warnings, to get encouragement, to get mentorship, and a citation is a last resort. So the citation data will actually be found under the formal documentations and primarily under the behavior portion of that. So that's where the citations are. I can attest to there is a decreasing amount of citations. I can also attest to having our own SROs at times have a conversation with us regarding a legal matter and advocating on behalf of a student and taking a different pathway. I also greatly appreciate the flexibility and creativity that our SROs bring to the table at every single one of our schools when engaging a student with difficult behavior, because they are not citation happy. I've had the unfortunate experience of working with some of those, and we've got the right fit.
Yeah, and Mr. Leon, so of the formal, sorry, I missed it there. How many citations were there in the presentation?
I don't have that information right offhand, but I can provide that.
Yeah, I think, you know, in spirit of transparency, we should also include citations on that data if we're showing all the other things on there. That's important for us as a board to know. And then the other thing that I have here is, I guess for clarification, you know, we've done to the best of our ability to be able to provide safe, welcoming environments for our students. And so recognizing that we have a large foreign-born population, a lot of undocumented folks, I'm wondering, you know, to hear from LASD folks, you know, what your level of cooperation is with ICE. You know, I know specifically on our campus, that probably doesn't exist, but outside of our campus, like what is your cooperation with ICE look like in our enrollment boundary areas?
So this was a big change in the last year or so. So there was a time where ICE officials were inside, or not inside, were allowed to use an office inside our LA County jails, and there were some criteria that they had to meet. But so, for example, say you have a child molester or a murderer, etc., who was about to be released from the county jail, and ICE would have a database of these types of crimes, and before they were released to the public, ICE would take custody of them inside the jail, and then hold them on a federal charge for deportation because they met a specific criteria. So there's several things we did. The first big thing was ICE was not allowed to use our offices or our computers, etc. So is no longer inside our jail facility. There's certain very, very strict criteria where there may be communication between the Sheriff's Department and ICE, but overall, we do not allow them in our jails, and they have to seek those people by different methods. Also, if, for example, they don't make it to county jail, but somebody is arrested in our station jail, we don't hold people for ICE either. So the short answer, the broad brushstroke answer is, we don't have a working relationship with ICE. And also, for long standing, it is not the policy of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department to ask people their immigration status when it comes to arresting or traffic stops. These are federal issues, not state issues. And so our message, especially back a couple of years ago regarding the Trust Act and the Truth Act, Senator Kevin De Leon had some legislation regarding that as well. But it has never been the policy of the Sheriff's Department to go down those avenues. We do not enforce federal law, and our stance is, and our position is, we want people to feel free to call the Sheriff's Department. I used to be a detective working in Asian organized crime, and not just with Asians, but many communities where there's a strong ethnic presence. Many of these criminals, they prey on their own race. And so we don't want to be in a position to where someone is afraid to report a crime to us because sadly, many of these crimes, they are really preying on their own race.
Yeah. So to confirm, LASD is currently not cooperating or coordinating raids or actively trying to deport people within LA County.
That is correct. Now I do, here's the caveat. I don't know of any specific instance, but I will just say, having been in this business so long, there may be some type of cooperation with a very specific, say a terrorist threat or something, where we do work with federal partners. But in the context you're saying, no, we don't participate in raids with ICE. We are not looking to deport any of those types of things. We are peace officers of the state of California. We uphold the state and federal constitution, but we are guided by the California Penal Code, and nothing in the California Penal Code is about federal laws and deportation.
Yeah, thank you, Captain Flores. I think, Dr. Zuniga, that's like an important thing to uplift in our communities and in the school sites. I'm interested to hear from Dr. Flores and Dr. Bristol as well later, but I think, again, to affirm our position of creating a safe, welcoming environment to all of our families, that's important to know that, of course, LASD stands with us in taking this approach of not cooperating with ICE. I know that it's been a memo that we've shared with families over and over, but I think it's something that we should continue to uplift. And then the other things that I had questions, and I'm more interested to hear from Mr. Ayon and Mrs. Silva here are, if you can share a little bit about your day-to-day, maybe on campus, what that looks like. I know that every day may be a little bit different, but I'm just wondering if you could share a little bit about that. And then also your position on wearing plain clothing while on campus.
Julian, why don't you go first if you're there?
Okay. Oh, sure. So on a daily basis, I come in and it can vary from, being visible for traffic enforcement or immediately going into a meeting with a parent and a student, possibly a suspension, or just being that friendly face there on campus. On occasion, I do like to go in there into the weight room and motivate these kids. And I do change out and into a physical fitness kind of attire and work out with the kids, whether it be playing basketball, just be that friendly face, assist them, and then also, just make sure it's a safe environment for all the students and staff. I'm always open door there for all the students and staff to come in and ask, or help them out in any way I can. I'm visible there during lunchtime and, help de-escalate certain situations. And again, I'm just basically there to help and just a friendly face there and kind of give these students that just because I'm wearing a uniform, I want to be able to be approachable. So I've helped several students already get employment in our department. I still keep contact with some of our students. It's just it's a good feeling.
Deputy Ayon, can you clarify on the traffic enforcement piece? Are you saying that you all do traffic enforcement for parents dropping off students in the morning?
Yes, correct. So we've had in the past maybe an unsafe situation or some parents come and approach me and say, "Hey, Deputy Ayon, I saw a vehicle doing this morning." And then when time permits, I do go out there. And to be honest with you, I think I do more warnings than any kind of citation because these parents and students will see me on a daily basis. They're at the school, so instead of having a negative image, even though I am doing my job, I basically stop the vehicles that are committing an infraction, and I basically warn them and say, "Hey, I think you realize what you did was a little unsafe." And most of the time, 99%, everybody cooperates with me. And on certain occasions where it's something extremely unsafe, then on those occasions, I would, issue a citation. But we do the enforcement as well because we have had in the past students struck by vehicles walking to school.
Yeah, and Mr. Leon, is that something that's captured in the informal and formal reporting data that you shared with us?
No, the bulk of the data that we have is through staff referrals and documentation. Data like what occurs in the early morning or at dismissal is difficult to capture given the circumstance.
Yeah, is that consistent with what El Monte PD does? Because I know that, I've talked to officers that do traffic safety and they say that they intentionally don't do traffic safety in advance, to, again, not penalize folks, dropping off their kids. Could you speak to that a little bit? Or Dr. Zunica, if you know a little bit more about that?
Go ahead, Mr. Ram.
I can share from my experience at Mountain View High School and working with the SRO there, and from my director experience in working with all the SROs and the principals. They're all on the same page. They understand the circumstances. They understand that our facilities themselves at times create some difficulties. Egress, and it's all very complicated and difficult. I have yet to see any SRO issue any citation due to traffic circumstances, and it's been more of a safety issue where something's been addressed. But again, they do lots of warnings, and their presence, their sheer presence of the patrol car and the administrator out there along with the SRO serves as a major deterrent.
Yeah. And I think, you know, I'd be like the first one on the board to say, you know, I'm very passionate about traffic safety and safety for people walking and biking. You know, speeding is one of my huge pet peeves. I mean, car culture, I think, you know, is, you know, killing a lot of people, right? You know, we've seen in the coronavirus, that's one of the things that actually some lives have been saved due to decreased driving on the road. And so I think for me, I'm just looking for consistency here. Again, we want to create this welcome space. And as long as it's, you know, from this place of like, you know, love, like Mr. Ayon is kind of sharing, like warnings, like, hey, maybe don't do a U-turn or go over all the bumps here on South Amani and Durfee, right? That doesn't, I'll be doing that, right? Out of safety concerns. But I just want to make sure that we are consistent across the board so that, you know, what happens at one site is also allowed to happen at other sites. And then I don't know if we have Deputy Silva still on the line at all, but
I'm here.
Hoping to hear from her in terms of, you know, day to day, what does it look like?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So my day is pretty much I will start with traffic as well. Once traffic is done, I will check in with all the counselors, make sure everything is okay. We may have a meeting depending on what's going on for that day. I myself too, I give warnings. I will be available. I help assist with the lunch and nutrition with the kids, make my way around and make my rounds, check on the kids, certain kids that I need to check with, or just say hello out there and just be out there for them to, if they want to say hi, I say hi. It varies day to day, but I always check with staff, make counseling, make sure we're good. They need me for anything, and on occasions, not occasions, usually if I'm not busy, I'll do my perimeter checks. I'll check the McDonald's, just make sure that we have everyone in school that we need.
Thank you. Yeah, you know, it's really like I think insightful for us as board members who aren't on campuses every day to like learn, you know, the day to day and what you all do and what you focus on and your approach and who you all are. I think, you know, it's part of our role, you know, is to find out more information, and ultimately we're responsible for the safety and well-being for all of our students, staff, and stakeholders that come onto campus. And so I want to thank you all for taking time, you know, to speak with us today, to share about your day-to-day, your work, your approach. And, you know, for us, it's like we're at a moment right now where nationally, like as Captain Flores illustrated, you know, there's a lot of media and news around it. And I think, you know, we need to be cognizant of like relationship building, clarification, ongoing communication, responding to community need and not reacting. And so I'm thankful that y'all spent some time with us this evening. And that's it for me, Mr. Board President.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz.
Quick question.
Yes, sir. Mr. Padilla, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted this is for Captain Flores. I know that when we have students that are 5150s or we have some mental health issues where a student needs to be transported, can you clarify what is the policy for your department? Are you guys able to travel with our kids when they're being transferred for 5150? Because I heard from some schools, different things happen for El Monte PD and they do for the Sheriff's Department. What is the policy, or does the policy allow for an officer, a school resource officer, to travel with our students to the hospital when they're going to be, you know, taken in for a 5150? Can you elaborate on that, Captain Flores, or clarify?
Yeah, so what we really like to do, we have what's called our MET team, or mental evaluation team. And this is when a deputy sheriff is paired up with a psychologist or a mental health worker, and they will then handle the incident. But you know, under the California Penal Code, a peace officer can 5150 somebody. So I don't know specifically on anything that Deputy Silva or Ayona has had specifically. They can address that. But our goal, and we have several mental evaluation teams 24/7, and that is our desire. And the vast majority of the time, we like using these teams because 9 times out of 10 or more, we're able to resolve the issue peacefully. But again, with kids, we always want, to have the parent involved in the process.
Okay. Maybe I just tuned out a little bit. So is the answer yes, they can travel if they want to, or if the child would like to have a caring adult that they trust? Or maybe we can have the officers answer that question. Have you dealt with that, Mr. Ayon or Ms. Silva? Do you guys, what's your practice, or do you travel with them in the ambulance, or what's the practice?
For me, go ahead. Go ahead.
In the past, the situations that we have had at Rosemead High School, like Captain Flores was stating, we do have our mental health team that comes out and does the assessment. Basically, what I do is when I get called, I make sure this student is somewhat stable and not a danger to himself or others at that time. And I do conduct a search just to make sure he's not in possession of any weapon, any kind of medication that he might be taking, or also in case he did ingest medication, I can kind of tell the responding paramedics what that student took. So I do relay all the information to the mental health team, and parents are contacted, they do respond, and they are transported either by the MET team or via ambulance if needed, and parent or an adult, even a staff member will accompany them to get their to the location where they're going to get treatment.
Mr. Padilla, does that answer your question?
Yeah, it kind of sounded like a no to me. It's the team that goes, but I'm curious to your the answer you gave me, Captain Flores. So if it's one of our students and going through like a 5150, that's a pretty traumatic experience. Could that be something that our school resource officers could do, where they could travel and stay? Especially since, our officers have been at our school site for so many years, the kids are going to know them and feel comfortable with them. Is that something that they could do for our students for their, well-being and not being scared of what comes next when they're taken?
So what I would like, first, I think first and foremost, we have to do 2 things. One, what is safe for the students, because the fear for 5150 is they're a danger to themselves. So, although I'm sensitive to the feelings of the student, the priority is that the student doesn't danger themselves or somebody else. In an ideal world, I would love for our mental evaluation team people to help transport, because for one, they're the professionals in the area, they're very experienced, and 2, it doesn't take a school resource deputy away from us where he may be needed as well. Now, that's not to say, an extreme case, if it's better for the school, the student, and the department, I'm not prohibiting our school resource deputy from going, but we do have a process and a method to handle that, and that is what these deputies and mental health workers are experts in. So I wouldn't prohibit them, but we do have a process that I would like to be followed if possible.
Okay, that sounds good. If we could talk about that process with Dr. Zuniga. And the only reason I say that is I work in the neighboring school district, and it's El Monte PD, and we want to have some consistency to these issues, and El Monte PD does transport the kids, go with them and do the whole thing.
Right, and I think I know why. Dave Reynoso, the chief, El Monte, a good man who I for a while, and that's his officers are probably required to do that because of the size of their agency. Size of our agency, we're able to have these special teams, and that's why we use them. If we were a smaller agency, not good or bad, but just for staffing issues, I could see where their officers would do it all, because that is because they don't have the special teams and their expert personnel to do that.
Okay, thank you, Captain. Captain.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Thank you, Captain Flores and Deputy Silva and Ayon for your presentation. I just have a couple of comments really to my colleagues. In consideration in the future when this item and for the school resource deputies contract, as well as a contract for the school resource officers with the city of El Monte. I was looking at the last time we approved this contract. I made the motion to approve the contract, and of course it was approved 5-0. But in the subsequent years since we've approved that contract, many things have transpired throughout the nation, and it's brought light to and questions to a lot of the efficacy of law enforcement within the schools. And with all due respect to the captain and the deputies, I'm sure you guys are wonderful individuals and you're great at your jobs. I work very closely with the sheriff's department as well in my day job. And prior to me working for the county, working for the school district for almost 11 years, I worked very closely with the school resource officers throughout our school district, including the deputies who were your predecessors at Rosemead and at South El Monte High School. That being said, I do have some concerns with the fact that, in a previous presentation earlier today, we're discussing, our budget situation because of COVID, and we're looking down the pike at some budget deficits that we will be facing. And I've looked at the contract for a deputy that we initiated with the city of Rosemead for $127,000 for the year. We have a similar contract with the city of South El Monte for a deputy. We have comparable contracts with the city of El Monte for deputies at our remaining comprehensive high schools, as well as our continuation school. And I also have to consider the fact that we have school resource officers and deputies at each campus, but we don't have a nurse at every single campus. We have school resource officers and deputies at every campus, but we don't have crisis counselors. And one of the concerns that I have, and I've had this concern for quite a long time, and I really hadn't found a way to articulate it until now, is one of my concerns is the fact that we could potentially be desensitizing students to having somebody with a badge and a gun constantly present in their lives. And I don't mean that with any disrespect to any of the deputies that are here with us today or the captain. I just have concerns that we might be sending the wrong message, that in order for something to be able to be accomplished, to have a problem solved, that a police officer or a deputy has to be the person to facilitate the solution to that problem. And I really want to impress on my colleagues on the board to really give consideration to what it is that we're attempting to accomplish. The school resource officer program was initiated in 1999 after the Columbine shooting in Littleton, Colorado. The intent at the time was to provide safety to our students and to our campuses. And unfortunately, over the interim 20 years now since that shooting, there continues to be shootings, mass shootings on campuses throughout the country. Again, no disrespect meant to the deputies that are here today. I've seen the work that you do, and I've seen the relationships that you've built over the years, as well as with the officers with the El Monte Police Department. But I really want us to take a deep dive and have a thoughtful, meaningful conversation on what our priorities are. If I just went off the top of my head and we had 6 resource officers or deputies throughout our campuses at an average of $100,000 a piece, that's $600,000 there that we could redirect towards other services, other programming, other resources, that don't necessarily involve law enforcement. And I'm not suggesting that we would completely do away with the school resource officer program, but if we were to redirect some of that funding to other areas, I think we could reconsider how we implement the SRO program on our campuses, while still providing a level of a service that's necessary for our community and our students. So I really want to plant that seed in everyone's mind, so when the contracts come up for renewal, we have those considerations. On top of that, I really want to get input from our students and our families on this particular program. You know, I don't want to take action on something without getting the input from the people that we serve, particularly our students. What is their opinion on having police officers on campus? For some individuals, you know, when you show up on campus and you see a police car parked out front, they might make you feel safe. But to be quite honest and transparent with everybody, when I drive by our campuses and I see a police officer outside the campus, my first question is, what happened that necessitated a police officer being there? Of course, the second thought is, that's right, we have SROs and SRDs on the campuses, and that's their vehicle, that's why it's there. But somebody who may not be familiar with our community and with our schools, who's driving through, and if they see a police car outside a school, their first impression may be a negative one. And I don't want that to be something that allows somebody to think a certain way of our community, particularly our students, because they see a police car on the campus, especially if it's without any context. They see a police car day after day on the campuses. So I really want to have this conversation with my colleagues when the time comes for approving a renewal of these contracts, what our priorities are. As Mr. Diaz mentioned earlier during our budget presentation, a budget is a statement of our values. And I think, after 20 years of participating in this program, I think we really need to have a very deep discussion and a meaningful conversation on what it means to the Amani Union High School District to have this program in place. So with that, I want to thank Captain Flores and Deputy Silva and Deputy Ayon for participating in this discussion tonight and presenting to us. Before I do move on to the next item, I do want to share that today is June 24th. Today is the 15th anniversary of murder of Deputy Jerry Ortiz. Jerry Ortiz was a member of the Amani community, and we have a memorial boxing gym dedicated to his name here in the city of El Monte. So I do want to let everyone know, because I know some people will drop off from the stream online, that we will be adjourning tonight's meeting in memory of Deputy Ortiz. So Captain, deputies, thank you so much for participating today. And we look forward to having additional conversations with you in the future.
President Briones, if I just may ask Dr. Melez and Dr. Bickler, I just want to say a few words.
Yes, please.
And feel free, Dr. Melez.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga, and thank you. Good evening, Board of Trustees. Just wanted to let you know that I appreciate the dialogue and the updates from the LA Sheriff's Department, from the Temple Station. As the principal of South Amani High School, I just want to also extend a sincere thank you to the hard work that Deputy Silva does on a daily basis. There's no clear outline of what a day is going to look like for her. But I do want to reassure the board and, of course, our district leadership that she is a member of our school. She goes above and beyond and communicates with the guidance office team. She has built trust with that particular cohort of school experts that the kids already trust. As a result, of course, the kids are trusting her after 3.5 years of being with us. Our mission is community committed to college and career, and that does come with a simple, basic feeling of safety on campus. So there's a lot to still kind of dive into. I agree with President Florencio, but I do also see the value again in the resource that, as a school principal, especially when our families need resources and direction, not necessarily in the area of math and science, They are also there available to kind of help us guide. But there are some areas that we still need to clean up as well when we review contracts in the future. So just wanted to say thank you again, and count on my support if there's ever an ad hoc group or anything that needs to be done to validate again how we can partner and bring about this resource to our students. And my last point, I am proud again to say that the current partnership with Deputy Silva does support our students with the social justice empowerment movement. It does support, again, the mission of what we're trying to do with our kids to empower them by having a voice, and for us to understand that their development at this stage of their young youth age, they are still prone to make an error. But with that error, we don't want to punish it. We just want to correct and advise and coach so that they can fail forward, as I say, back on campus. So thank you guys again. Good evening.
Thank you, Dr. Morales.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is Dr. Bristol, and I think Dr. Morales really, really well. Deputy Ione goes above and beyond what we anticipate an SRO to do, or what I think people think SROs do. As Dr. Morales said, that you walk into the day, you never know what to expect. It does start off with a lot of things that we're trying to get done, but the biggest thing that he does, that I think that all of our SROs do, is establish a great rapport with our students and our families. You know, the feedback that I get from families are that they truly appreciate him being there as part of the family. He's on he's on watch with me when I'm out on nutrition break or lunch break. Students come up and talk to us. We walk around the campus. We work together as a team, and I think that, yeah, if you're going to talk to other people, broaden it to families, broaden it also to the staff that interact the most, and maybe even those that don't, because you get a more comprehensive approach, realizable study that way. And I just can't thank Deputy Ione enough. And so, Captain Flores, don't ever move him while I'm there, because he does the work of 2 or 3 people and allows us to be focused on the students' education that's happening in the classroom. So I appreciate all that you all do.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate those comments very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Briones? Mr. Briones?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Padilla.
Yeah, I would just like to say that, you know, I give my full support to the SROs. I don't think we can thank them enough for the work that they've done in our schools. And as I heard you speak, I just kind of cringed and thought about how not having SROs on our school campus would be a drug dealer's dream, you know. And one of the things that does happen in high schools throughout California is the selling of drugs. And I'm not talking about marijuana. You know, marijuana is something that I'm concerned about, but I worry about all those other pills and stuff like that. And I think their presence is very much more a deterrent in a positive way rather than it being a negative. And also, I want to press Dr. Zuniga. Dr. Zuniga, earlier you talked about the survey that you conducted about the number one issue or concern that our parents had about their kids. And if I recall correctly, it was safety. Now, was that safety in general, or what was the question posed? Was it safety specifically as it pertains to COVID-19, or was it safety in general? How was that question phrased or posed, or what did that look like?
The recent surveys have seen it's under the conditions of COVID-19. It's really the factor right now. The youth group survey would most likely be hard to look at our kids still on campus. We're also going to go back and look at some of the YouTube data related to maybe school resource officers and get some information from there. But we're developing the survey for this specific content now to gather it, the data, and hopefully as students and parents return, there's a bigger voice and input about how we approach the school resource officers on campus and the perception of our school resource officers on campus. Most importantly, what we want our community to be as part of the SRD program.
Got it. I think that's a fair thing to say, is to get the feedback or the input from all of our stakeholders. And as I'm saying that, I'm thinking about our student advisory committees and how they think about our officers and stuff. But thank you, Dr. Zuniga, for the clarification.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Again, thank you to Captain Flores and Deputy Zayon and Silva for being here today. I know we went a little bit longer than we anticipated, but as was stated earlier, sometimes that's just how we roll. So
thank you for these were important topics, so definitely worth the time. I just really appreciate our partnership, and thank you everyone for your comments and for having us.
Thank you again. Thank you, board, for your comments and your questions. We're going to be moving on to item number 2 of our regular agenda. It's to consider approval of the Amani Union High School District written report to the community as required by Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-56-20. Is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Move to approve.
So I heard Mr. Diaz. Okay, moved by Mr. Diaz, seconded by Mrs. Morgan. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Padilla.
Aye.
Mr. Diaz.
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo.
Aye.
Ms. Morgan.
Aye.
And Mr. Briones.
Aye.
The vote is 5-0.
Thank you. The motion is carried. Item number 3, consider approval of estimated actuals for the 2019 through 2020 fiscal year and approval of the proposed budget for 2020 through 2021. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mrs. Morgan. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Salcido. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Mr. Padilla.
Aye.
Mr. Diaz.
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo.
Aye.
Ms. Morgan.
Aye.
Mr. Briones.
Aye.
The vote is 5-0.
Thank you. The motion is carried. Item number 4, consider approval of change order number 1 with Chalmers Construction for the Community Education Center project. Can I get a motion to approve this item? I will move to approve the item. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Diaz. Any discussion or questions? All right, seeing none. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Mr. Padilla.
Aye.
Mr. Diaz.
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo.
Aye.
Ms. Morgan.
Aye.
Mr. Briones.
Aye.
Vote is 5-0.
Thank you. The motion is carried. Item number 5, consider approval of multi-year agreement with Permission Click. Is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Diaz. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Salcido. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Mr. Padilla.
Aye.
Mr. Diaz.
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo.
Aye.
Ms. Morgan.
Aye.
Mr. Briones.
Aye.
The vote is 5-0.
Thank you. The motion is carried. Item number 6, consider approval of adoption of current school plans for each school site as interim school plans for 2020 through 2021. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Salcido, seconded by Mrs. Morgan. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll call a roll call vote.
Mr. Padilla.
Aye.
Mr. Diaz.
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo.
Aye.
Ms. Morgan.
Aye.
Mr. Briones.
Aye.
Vote is 5-0.
Thank you. The motion is carried. Item number 7, consider approval of 1-year license agreement between the Amani Union High School District and Vista Higher Learning for Temas SuperSite Plus to support the AP program. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Diaz, seconded by Mrs. Morgan. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Thank you. Mr. Padilla.
Aye.
Mr. Diaz.
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo.
Aye.
Ms. Morgan.
Aye.
Mr. Briones.
Aye.
Vote is 5-0.
Thank you. The motion is carried. Item number 8, consider approval of agreement between the Almani Union High School District and California State University Northridge to provide professional development and curriculum training for TCMS Transition to College Mathematics and Statistics to be prepared to offer this course in 2021 through 2022 school year. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Diaz. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Salcedo. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Yes, Mr. Padilla,
Aye.
Mr. Diaz,
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo,
Aye.
Morgan,
Aye.
Mr. Briones.
Aye.
The vote is 5-0.
Thank you. The motion is carried. Item number 9, consider approval of resolution number 44-19/20, fiscal solvency statement for 2020 through 2021 and 2 subsequent years. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Diaz, seconded by Mrs. Morgan. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Mr. Padilla,
Aye.
Mr. Diaz,
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo,
Aye.
Ms. Morgan,
Aye.
Mr. Briones,
Aye.
and the vote is 5-0.
Thank you. The motion is carried. Item number 10, consider approval of resolution number 45-19/20, annual delegation of administrative authority to process routine budget revisions, adjustments, and transfers for 2020 through 2021. Is there a motion to approve this item? I will move to approve the item. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Diaz. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Yes, Mr. Padilla,
Aye.
Mr. Diaz,
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo,
Aye.
Morgan,
Aye.
Mr. Briones.
Aye.
The vote is 5-0.
Thank you. The motion is carried. Item number 11, consider approval of resolution number 46-19/20, authorization to make appropriation transfers at school year end 2019 through 2020. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Diaz. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Salcido. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Mr. Padilla,
Aye.
Mr. Diaz,
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo,
Aye.
Ms. Morgan,
Aye.
Mr. Briones, I'm sorry,
Aye.
and the vote is 5-0.
Thank you. The motion is carried. Item number 12, consider approval of resolution number 47-19/20, Cal OES Form 130, designation of applicant's agent resolution for non-state agencies. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Diaz. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Salcido. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll call for a roll call vote.
Thank you. Mr. Padilla,
Aye.
Mr. Diaz,
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo,
Aye.
Ms. Morgan,
Aye.
Mr. Briones,
Aye.
the vote's 5-0.
Thank you. The motion is carried. Item number 13, consider approval of resolution number 48-19/20, consider approval for use of education protection account funds in school year 2020-2021. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to
Move
approve.
to approve.
Moved by Mr. Salcedo,
Second.
seconded by Mrs. Morgan. Dr. Zuniga, or is there any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Mr. Padilla,
Mr.
Aye.
Mr. Diaz,
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo,
Aye.
Ms. Morgan,
Aye.
Mr. Briones,
Aye.
vote 5-0.
Thank you. The motion is carried. Item number 14, consider approval of resolution number 49-19/20, affirming support of AB 2016 California Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum. If I may, I'd like to move to table this item to a future meeting. Is there a second to that motion? Okay, seeing none, the motion dies. Is there a motion to approve the item?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Diaz? Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Padilla. I do want to have discussion on this item very briefly. The reason I want to hold this item or table this item for a future meeting, as I mentioned earlier, we did receive communication from the Anti-Defamation League regarding this particular item. They had some concerns with the model curriculum as it is written, and I will read part of the email that they sent. California Department of Education already rejected the initial ethnic studies model curriculum for its failure to meet the goals of the authorizing statute, AB 2016, Chapter 327 of Statutes of 2016, to prepare pupils to be global citizens with an appreciation for the contributions of multiple cultures. California Department of Education is making substantive revisions to be made public in August 2020. The resolution before you is therefore misleading and contravenes the legal process currently at work. The Anti-Defamation League is a leading anti-hate organization founded in 1913 and responds to an escalating climate of anti-Semitism and bigotry. Today, the Anti-Defamation League continues to combat all forms of anti-Semitism, bigotry, and hate. Anti-Defamation League's goal is a world in which no group or individual suffers from bias, discrimination, or hate. The Anti-Defamation League supports the teaching of ethnic studies and is on record supporting AB 331, Assemblymember Jose Medina's pending bill requiring completion of a semester course in ethnic studies for California high school students. We wrote the following in our letters of support. As a leading provider of anti-bias education, the Anti-Defamation League's A World of Difference Institute recognizes that attitudes and beliefs affect actions, and that each of us can have an impact on others and ultimately on our communities. Adding ethnic studies to California's high school curriculum will, among other things, promote respect among students as they learn about the diverse histories and contributions to our nation of their peers. They did state that they had some concerns regarding some of the model curriculum that's in place now, particularly the mention of BDS, which is the Boycott, Divestment, and Sanctions Movement against the State of Israel. That being said, that's not the reason why I'd like to table this item tonight. Simply because, as they mentioned, there are updates coming out in August, which is only 2 months away, to the model curriculum. Had we not been going through COVID-19, the model curriculum would have been updated and released in April, and of course, then we could have taken action on this item. So, with that being said, I'd again like to ask that we table this item and bring it back after the model curriculum update has been released. Is there any other discussion or questions or comments on this item?
Question. When did you receive the email?
Hold on. Mr. Salcido, I heard you first.
When did you receive that email?
I received this email, if you give me 1 second. Where's June 22nd in the evening.
Okay, I think when you get stuff like that, I think it would behoove everyone to receive a copy of that so that we can read up on that and make an informed decision, not just on the spot.
Okay, I can understand that.
Yeah, for me, it's never going to be the right informed decision, and it's never going to be the model perfect curriculum. And you know, with all due respect to the anti-defamation, I'm a minority. I'm a Mexican. I know what I've experienced. I know what our kids have experienced. I don't need any leaf to come tell me what I've experienced my whole life. What I know about our kids have experienced during their lives, and because our failure to act and for just kicking the can down the road, you know, I'm sorry, but I don't think there's going to be a perfect model program. We need to start having these discussions, and I think our kids, they know what to say. They know what they feel. They know, you know, when they're upset about injustices. I think the kids are going to carry the curriculum. We need to start these discussions. And again, we're never going to find the perfect model program.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Are there any other comments or questions on this item? Okay, seeing none, the item has been moved and seconded. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
I think Mrs. Morgan had something to say.
What?
Oh, excuse me, Mrs. Morgan?
I did have a question in regards to this. So let's just say that we were to wait 2 months. Is the reason why they are opposing this is because they feel that the curriculum right now, as it stands is not good enough for it to come out? Or I mean, what exactly is their main purpose of holding off?
So in their email, the points that they make are, as I stated earlier, the inclusion of the BDS movement regarding the state of Israel and their actions towards the Palestinian people. They also mentioned that there is gonna be an update to the model curriculum coming out in August. And those they also mentioned that they felt that there was problematic views regarding the Jewish community in the model curriculum as written. And I do want to point out again that the reason that I asked that this item be tabled until a future meeting is simply because the model curriculum will be updated in August, and we'll be able to review those updates and then take action then.
Didn't this item die already? Did somebody else make a new resolution, or you brought it back again? Because I thought it already died, Mr. Briones.
I'm sorry, for this particular resolution? Well,
Yeah.
so to clarify, I made a motion when we approved the agenda to table this item to a future meeting. That particular motion died. This is a second motion specific to this item as we're approving it tonight. So any other questions, comments on this particular item? Mr. Salcido?
So what does that do to our future ethnic studies program? Does that push it back a year?
No, this resolution does not impact our ethnic studies program. This is just a resolution in support of the model curriculum that the state is developing, California Department of Education. And the Anti-Defamation League has stated that they have problems with the model curriculum as written. And they have stated that since there are going to be updates in August, that they ask for us to hold off for those updates to come out. So this doesn't impact our ethnic studies program, which we approved last week.
So hypothetically, if they don't support the update to the model curriculum for ethnic studies in August, I mean, what's then the path forward?
Hypothetically, if they don't support the updated model curriculum, they could ask us again to not support it. Really, my argument is, once the model curriculum comes out in August, we can take action on this then. And that's really my only reason to table the item tonight, is because the model curriculum update is coming out in August. The concerns that they've mentioned about BDS, I'm not really putting much stock into it, simply because I have my own opinion on BDS. However, because there is going to be an update and it's in August in 2 months, I didn't feel that it would be that big of an issue to just table the item. But if there's board consensus to move forward tonight, I will support that.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Mr. Padilla, I think I saw your hand.
No, I was just saying that if the California Department of Education didn't give it the green light, then there again it would be halted. It would be stopped. That was the reason why I put my hand up.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Any other comments or questions on this item? Okay, seeing none, it's been moved and seconded. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Thank you. Mr. Padilla?
No.
Mr. Diaz? Mike, please.
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo?
Aye.
Ms. Morgan?
Aye.
Mr. Briones?
I will abstain from this vote.
Okay, the vote is 3-1-1. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Briones abstaining.
Thank you. The item is carried, or the motion is carried.
I mean,
Moving on.
clarification on that, Mr. Padilla seconded it, but then he didn't support it. I don't know, how does that
It's okay.
work?
You could second just to move it on for the vote of the discussion.
Yeah, that is correct. You can make the motion for the discussion, and then you can still vote it down. So that's fine. But thank you for that question, Mr. Diaz. Moving on to item number 15, consider approval of resolution number 50-19/20, opposing the proposed rule changes to section 1557 of the Affordable Care Act. I will move to approve this item. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Diaz. If I may, as a point of personal privilege, I just want to share why I brought this item to the board. Most of us are aware of the actions that the Trump administration has taken against various groups of our population, of our communities, including immigrants and including the LGBTQ population, in particular, those of the transgender community. And in light of the fact that the Supreme Court last week ruled against the administration regarding Title VII of the 1964 Civil Rights Act, that Title VII protects gays, lesbians, and transgender individuals in employment. The day before, the Trump administration had released an update to the Affordable Care Act rules regarding the rights and protections of those who are receiving medical treatment. So I thought it was important to bring this resolution to the board today to make our position clear that we do not support those actions. And if we adopt this resolution, that this resolution is our official position in opposition, and that a copy of this resolution or copies of this resolution be sent to the Health and Human Services Secretary, as well as our 2 U.S. senators and the Los Angeles County delegation to the U.S. Congress. So are there any questions or comments on this item? Okay, seeing none, it's been moved and seconded. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Aye.
Mr. Briones? Mr. Salcedo?
Aye.
Ms. Morgan?
Aye.
And Mr. Briones?
Aye.
And vote is 5-0.
Thank you. The motion is carried. Thank you to my colleagues for supporting this particular item. Okay, moving on to board communication and roundtable. This is an opportunity for board members to bring up items for a future board meeting, or to bring up any communication that they may have received or report out on any community events or meetings that they may have attended. So I'm just going to start at the top of my window here, start with Mrs. Morgan and work my way down.
Thank you, President Briones. Not much to report from last week to this week, other than I wanted to just share that I did have a conversation with Superintendent Dr. Zuniga earlier today after reading the newsletter, which I do have to say the newsletter that went out was very good. I really do enjoy all the little links to register for here or there or get more information about this and that. So I think it's very user friendly. Excuse me. But I did actually go to the link that shared who is part of the reopening task force. And I did share with Dr. Zuniga a concern of mine that there is only 3, maybe 4 parents on that committee. And I understand that it's really difficult to be able to get parent participation. I know it's a lot of hard work and time commitment, but I would like to challenge the district office to try and get more parent participation in the task force. I think that the surveys that we utilize with our parents and our students is a tool, but really the representation on that task force really needs to be a little bit more equitable and having more parent participation so that they have a voice as well during the process. I know that we had a conversation that sometimes some parents feel a little intimidated. I myself have shared, so intimidated to be in a room, even if it's a virtual room full of administrators. And so I could see why parents would feel a little shy about participating. But I really do believe that we have some really great parents out there. Today we honored 5 or 6 of them. If there's any way that we can reach out to them, as well as some of our former parents of the year, and see if they are also available. So I just want to challenge us in regards to that, because I think this is a very important task that the district is undertaking right now. And we need to make sure that we do have more representation from our parents. And that's it, President Briones.
Thank you, Mrs. Morgan. Mr. Diaz.
I guess my one topic is that I'm still very curious about the outdoor learning environments that we could potentially create for our students for COVID. I mean, I think there's motivation because of COVID, but to do it now. But I think there's always been that interest in creating outdoor learning environments, and I think that, you know, as a board, maybe we need to give it a little bit more thought in terms of how that would all work out in the short and long term. With the open space that we do have, or with some of the public space that we do have, where that's feasible on select campuses. And so I think, you know, Dr. Zuniga and colleagues, I would be interested in, you know, furthering that discussion around outdoor learning opportunities and what that would look like, the feasibility of it, the practicability of it. I know that there's like technology that we need to take into consideration, but really what would it look like for the Almonte Union High School District to invest in outdoor learning environments, not only temporarily, but in for the long term?
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. And actually, since it is part of our COVID-19 plan, I think it'll give us an opportunity to study how, I guess, impactful it'll be for our students to have outdoor learning environments, at the very least in the short term. But let's be honest, we don't know how long COVID is going to continue. If it's something that we're going to have to learn to live with for the foreseeable future, longer than the next school year. So it may actually present the perfect opportunity for us to modify our learning environments to accommodate our students in this fashion. Do you have any other items?
That's all for me, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Mr. Padilla?
Nothing at this time, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Mr. Salcido?
I have nothing.
Thank you. I only have one item that I wanted to bring up very quickly. Actually, two items. Now, I forgot to mention one last week during my communications, and then another item was made the news on Thursday after our meeting. The first one, I wanted to acknowledge the fact that the U.S. Supreme Court ruled against the Trump administration regarding DACA, the Deferred Action for Children Arrivals. That is a amnesty program, so to speak, that the Obama administration implemented. And I wanted to read something very quickly from SCOTUS blog. It said the DACA ruling SCOTUS rules against Trump admin in challenge to decision to end DACA program, which allowed non-citizens brought to the U.S. unlawfully as children to apply for protection from deportation. Holding the decision was, quote, arbitrary and capricious. And that was from Justice Roberts' opinion. And I really want to emphasize the arbitrary and capricious part of this, because that's the same opinion that Chief Justice Roberts used, same language that he used when the Supreme Court ruled against the Trump administration on the citizenship question for the census. So I really want to emphasize that a lot of what the Trump administration has done that impacts our families and our communities has been arbitrary and capricious, and we need to remind folks of that. The second item that I wanted to bring up that I forgot to bring up last week is the Supreme Court passed up on taking up the Trump administration's challenge to the California Values Act, also known as SB 54. And the fact of the matter is that the Supreme Court, again, is on the right side of not only the history, but also the law on not taking this up. You know, it's the Ninth Circuit District Court had stated that states are not required to enforce federal law. And they ruled against that. Well, not they ruled, but they refused to take up the case and basically remanding or supporting the Ninth Circuit's decision that the state of California is not required to have officers participate in any immigration enforcement. The last thing I forgot to bring up, and I do have one other item, and I'll be quick. I wanted to congratulate Mr. Diaz and his wife Anais on their new baby. I didn't get the opportunity to do that last week, but I wanted to take the time to say congratulations on the birth of your firstborn, and hope that everything is going well. I've been keeping up with your posts on social media and seeing your friends delivering and helping bring things over to you. So congratulations, and I hope that both you and Anais are doing well, and that you're getting some rest. And if you need anything, please let us know. And
thank you, I really appreciate that. As new parents, we're going through. Actually, it's a month and 3 days now, so we're adjusting to new schedules and patterns and doing our role and helping with declining enrollment here. So.
Well, thank you for taking our schools into account.
Yeah, exactly. It's our community, right? You got to think about Almani Union first. So no, yeah, but thank you. I do have one more item though that I did want to bring up after you're done with your communications.
Okay, let me just bring up my last item and I'll go back to you. The last item I want to bring up, it's for consideration for a future meeting for resolution to support. Today, the California Senate approved ACA 5, which will be on the November 2020 ballot, and it'll be a constitutional amendment to repeal Proposition 209. Prop 209 was passed by the voters of California in 1996, which ended affirmative action in California. So that item will be on the ballot for voters, and I'd like to know if it's a resolution you would like to bring at a future meeting to discuss and support. I see a thumbs up from Mr. Salcido. Nod of the head. Okay. So I'll go ahead and I'll work with Dr. Zuniga on drafting a resolution. Once the actual ballot proposition has a number from the State Secretary of State, then we'll bring it forward to the board for discussion and a vote. Okay, and that's all I had. Mr. Diaz, you had one more item.
Yeah, really quickly, I think, Dr. Zuniga and I had a conversation earlier about the future of sports, and we know that CIF is going to be ruling on the future of sports for the fall, July 20th. And earlier months, we had discussions around a staggered approach or a phased approach to doing improvements for our all-weather track and fields. But I'm wondering, given the decisions coming up next month, if we can, direct Dr. Zuniga and team, Mr. Elatar, to figure out maybe if there's a plan B or an option to maybe do them all at the same time, given that, there will be no sports in the fall, kind of as a way, of course, people are going to be upset if we have no sports, right? But also we have an opportunity here to have all weather track and fields when sports do resume, assuming that could be maybe sometime next year. So just want to get general thoughts around that. And then if we can maybe direct Dr. Zuniga just to look into the feasibility of that, if that's even like something that is practicable or feasible. I think that's something that I'd be interested in, especially if we're not going to have any sports in the fall.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Dr. Zuniga, your thoughts on that? I know we had talked about, I think at one point we had talked about the possibility of working on all the fields at once, but there was concerns with the capacity of not only our internal staff on directing those projects, but also the capacity of our contractors to do that. But I think Mr. Diaz brings up a valid point. If there aren't going to be any sports, the sports facilities, the fields will be empty, and there might be a possibility. So your thoughts on that?
Yeah, we had a great opportunity to talk about the chances of, even the fall, not just the fall, but even the other winter and spring sports come. I'd like the opportunity to discuss with Mr. Alatar, Ms. Macias, reviewing the contract agreement with the architect, our timeline, whether it's something that we need to be brought back to you, if there was a possibility to either expedite or do it in tandem as far as the projects. I know with one architect, the planning, that's going to take some time, obviously. But would you allow us to work on this as far as just looking at the feasibility and planning and talking to the architect about what the potential is? I think most importantly in July, I think CIF and all of us will have a better sense about what's happening in the fall and possibly winter and spring sports as well.
Thank you. Yeah, I think if you can speak to staff and to the contractor,
Okay.
and then report back to us on the feasibility.
Great. Well, happy to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Briones, I had wanted to just make a comment. I had forgotten and left our adult school program celebrated, obviously virtually, and they were not able to have their drive-through diploma graduation. But I want to acknowledge the 140 high school diploma graduates who completed all the requirements to get their diploma. We're very proud of them and happy for them. I know that the staff worked hard and tried to coordinate. It's more of a virtual recognition, but it should not go unrecognized. And I know that a lot of attention was gravitated towards our high school car parades and things that we celebrated in fashion. But also keep in mind that we have a lot of high school diploma students who also completed that, along with our culmination student from ESL at the adult school. So congratulations to all of our students at the adult school, not only their high school graduation, but also our ELD students and the wonderful staff that continues to support them even through now. So just wanted to go on record that I'd like to recognize them because we didn't get a chance to celebrate them in their traditional fashion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. Thank you for that reminder and the acknowledgement. Our adult school program is integral to our community, and it's always a pleasure to be at the graduation ceremonies for all of our students, including the adult school. So thank you very much. With that being said, we will at this point recess into closed session. Legal counsel, if you could please read us in.
Your mic on, Armine.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Okay. Special agenda closed session item pursuant to item A, Government Code Section 54957B1, Public Employee Employment, Principal of El Monte High School. Item B, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel to discuss existing litigation, OAH case number 2020-03-0053, student safety. Item C, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel to discuss existing litigation, case number 19-STCV 40035. Item D, pursuant to Government Code 56.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel to discuss existing litigation, case number RIC 1401471. Item E, closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The board will conference with labor negotiators, designated representatives Edward Zuniga, Felipe Ibarra, and Whale Elatar for School District, Bargaining Unit EMUEA. Item F, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, the board will conference with labor negotiators, designated representatives for the district, Edward Zuniga, Felipe Ibarra, and Whale Elatar, Bargaining Unit EMUEA Adult Education Unit. Item G, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, the board will conference with labor negotiators, designated representatives for the district, Edward Zuniga, Felipe Ibarra, and Whale Elatar, Bargaining Unit CSEA, Chapter 11. Are there any public comments at this time?
No public comments.
Thank you.
Thank you, legal counsel. So at this time, we'll recess into closed session. Mr. Steelman, if you'll let me know when the stream has ended so that we All right, welcome back, everybody. We are now reconvening into open session out of closed session. Legal counsel, if you can report out.
Yes, thank you. Item A, board approved Eddie Cuevas as acting principal of El Monte High School with a vote of 5-0. Item B, the board approved a settlement agreement for OAH case number 2020-03-0053 in the amount of $6,000 with a vote of 5-0. Item C, no action taken. Item D, direction given, no action taken. Item E, no action taken. Item F, no action taken. And item G, no action taken.
Thank you, legal counsel, for your report out. At this time, it is appropriate to adjourn the meeting in memory of Los Angeles Sheriff's Deputy Jerry Ortiz, who died on June 24th, 2005, at the hands of a gang member. Deputy Ortiz was a resident of El Monte, had been a reserve officer with the El Monte Police Department, and his memory continues to live on in our community through the Jerry Ortiz Memorial Boxing Gym here in the city. So without objection, we are adjourned. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you so much, and stay safe.
Good night.
Good night.